in the chat.
Always. Welcome to the show, and we are live here with Bloodshot and Nick. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves? We'll start with Bloodshot.
Hi, my
I
name
don't
is
want to introduce
Blasha.
myself, really.
My name is Blasha. I'm from Estonia, a country in Europe. I'm 30 years old, now single, completely single. Last time it was different, but now single. I work 3 jobs. I'm a football referee, a software developer, and a private gym coach.
Awesome.
Alright.
And Nick.
I don't like introducing myself. I'm just a dude. I live in Paris. I play music and I train people. I teach people how to do stuff at work. That's
Something
all.
you and I have in common. I also teach people.
Cool.
Well, I
Good.
train them, but then again, it's the same as teaching, kind of.
All right. So today we're going to start off with our first topic, which is porn is ruining relationships, or is it a necessary evil? So, what we're going to do is one by one give our thoughts on what it is, and then try to also play devil's advocate for the other side that you don't agree with, and then try to break down why that doesn't work if you can, and we'll go like that. So is porn ruining relationships, or is it a necessary evil? Who wants to go first?
Not me.
Okay.
Not me. Not me. I mean, I'll go first, but I'm not in a hurry.
Nick, you're giving better vibes, but fine, I'll go
Sorry.
first.
Well, I don't want to put too much pressure on you. I can go first if you want me to, but
No.
I'm not
There's
in a
no
hurry.
pressure on me because I was here last time and I had to deal with someone else. Cat knows. Is porn ruining relationships or is it necessary evil? I wouldn't categorize it as necessary. Like something that is needed. I think it should be categorized as something voluntary. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. But but is it ruining? Depends how you look at it. Depends on the other person's, like how they view. I'll say corn. How they view corn overall, and what is their stance on corn. So that plays a big role. Like, is it bad or not? If they if their like perspective on corn is not bad or like neutral, good, I don't think it's bad. Like, it can spice things up. Let's say that. So kind of like a necessary evil, at least for me.
Okay, Nick, what do you think?
I don't know if it's ruining relationships. It may be what some people choose to blame. I don't think that it would be the only thing to destroy a relationship in those cases, and who could say whether it's necessary or not? I don't know. I know that there's always going to be a desire for it. There's always going to be a demand for it. I think people are just sexual beings. Most people are sexual beings, and they don't always have the sex they want when they want it. So they live vicariously through other people, I guess, and they have sex by proxy, and that's just a sort of natural, healthy thing. And I don't see anything wrong with porn, but then again, I don't see anything wrong with promiscuity either. And I think relationships are the necessary evil because people are so scared of loneliness that they tie themselves up to one person and build up all these unrealistic expectations. That's the evil, if you ask me. It's the necessary evil, though. I mean, I understand why people do it.
Mm.
You know, we do have, I mean, that is part of our nature as well, monogamy. I just don't think it's as perfect a monogamy as we would like to believe. People don't naturally stay together for 20, 30, 40 years unless they have no choice. At least I don't see myself ever staying with anyone that long. I can see myself wanting to stay with just one person for a few years, but after the third year, I'll probably just, get sick of them, or they get sick of me. It's just a matter of probability.
Why are you
Okay,
shaking your
so
head?
Sorry?
because
Kat was shaking her head.
nothing. Okay, so what I think about corn, we'll call it corn. Oops, I should not have said the other word. But I think that if you didn't have it readily available, like children wouldn't get their hands on it on such a young age. And now the average age is like what, 10 to 12, where children are starting to watch it. And when you're that young and you're not seeing, like when we grew up, we saw, maybe PG-13 movies, or maybe you saw like a flash of a boob or something. It was not to the extent that these poor kids are getting right up front, bam in your face on their phones 24/7, wherever they go. In school, they're showing it to each other. It's just so prevalent and so easy to access that I think it's definitely a net negative for that reason, that it's too easy to access for children. Back in our day, we would have to go to some shady place to go buy it, have to show your ID, and there was like a stigma
You
about.
remember the days, yeah, Kat? You remember
I mean,
when
I
we
was
used to
too
do
young,
that?
but I would remember, like, even back in the day when Blockbuster had corn. That's how long, because it stopped after a while. They would be like a black room with like a curtain, and like you'd see
Really?
and you'd see creepy old men go back there, and then they'd come out and they'd like hold the box, like, so you couldn't see what it said on it. It was so creepy, but you had to like go through that. Or maybe you were lucky if you were a guy and you found your dad's magazines, and they were so tamed compared to what we see now. It was just like, it was nothing. Now you get desensitized to little things, like seeing a girl in like sexy lingerie. That's nothing now. Imagine, it used to be enough for guys to get off to. Now it's just like,
But
ugh.
don't you think eventually there will be that people will realize that they're becoming desensitized and that they can no longer feel anything, and they have to keep on pushing the envelope and making it more and more extreme, and that it might be healthier to try and go in the opposite direction, just like with drugs, just like with any substance, like any pleasure you can keep, you drive yourself in this kind of vicious cycle, into this vicious cycle, and it's a downward spiral, and you keep on getting more and more addicted, and you need more and more to get the same kick, and you're chasing the initial kick you got in the beginning, and you never really get it, and you keep on doing more and more extreme stuff, and it just ruins you. I think people will eventually feel that way about sex addiction, about pornography, and about all this stuff, and realize that it's not healthy to keep going in that direction and pushing it further and further, and having to do more and more extremes just to get the same initial kick that they used to get. And I think there's got to be a tipping point. There's got to be a limit beyond which people just won't want to keep going. They don't want to get that kinky, because it's like, ugh, maybe we should just cool it for a while. Let's try abstinence for a while, and then try to resensitize ourselves. I think inevitably, like with any extreme, you push it far enough, and then people will want to go back to the other extreme, or at least start working their way in that direction. Like with alcoholism or with any addiction, people they realize it's no longer sustainable, it's no longer healthy, and they want to move away from it. They want to go back to a safe place. So it's a nice place.
Yeah, on that topic, I do know two people that, when it comes to alcohol, they did pull away. They are living a better life now, thankfully. So, but from experience, I can't say. One of my brothers, actually, no, not one, but I have 4 older brothers, but yeah, all of them consumed a lot of alcohol. So as a kid growing up, to give a perspective, I'm 10 years younger than the second youngest. So I was a child growing up, like a developing child seeing all of that. So I know what it means to people when they get off of alcohol and find something else that gives them more purpose, more relief, more pleasure even.
Right. So do you see what I mean? Do you see that people might eventually want to do the same thing about their sex addiction and about, when they realize that they're pushing it further and further and not getting pleasure, and they're just slaves to their own vicious, kind of addiction, and just want to go back to a pure sort of pleasure. Do you think the same sort of reaction may come with sex addiction?
It can, but the person must have a higher consciousness to make that decision, because when it comes to sex drive, we actually don't control it. It's our body. We don't control our hormones. We don't control body chemistry, brain chemistry. We don't control none of those. Those controlled by ANS, autonomous nervous system.
Well, but part of what you said, but let's think about part of what you just said. Your neurochemistry, you can affect that. And I think with pornography, inevitably you do. You disrupt the balance. You keep on you provide so much stimulation that the
you're
amount of
increasing
stimulation
your
required
you're
next time is
increasing
higher.
you're increasing
Threshold.
your
Threshold.
dopamine and serotonin levels, and
Right.
once the body gets used to those kind of high levels, then
You need more.
nothing else will suffice. But
that's what I'm saying. That's the part that I'm concentrating on, like moving away from that so that you go back to a sort of natural equilibrium, right? You go back to your natural levels. You're right. We do have these natural drives, but I believe they're a lot like cooler than what you build up when you're just like, it's the same with apps. You get on these apps and you're on this dopamine cycle. You're just like burning out your dopamine receptors. And with porn, it's the same kind of thing. People are just burning themselves out, and they're not happy, in the long term. In fact, I think studies have shown that it leads to erectile dysfunction. It can lead to erectile dysfunction in men, like excessive pornography, like watching too much pornography, which doesn't surprise me, because it just becomes so, nothing. You just need, you desensitize yourself completely. What do you think, Kat? You've been quiet. Are you watching porn while we're talking?
Quiet. We're calling it porn. Anyways,
you guys are. I refuse to do. That's like saying, "Oh, fudge."
No, for YouTube, so you don't get canceled, you dork.
Why would you get canceled for saying?
Because you're not allowed to say certain things. Anyways, or you get demonetized.
Yeah.
That's like a normal.
Is that bad?
That word could be in the news, though. That word
I
could
know,
be in the news.
but like apparently you can't say anything anymore. I don't know. Everything is stupid now. But whatever.
I'm going to say pornography. Okay, I'm going to say pornography because that is a word.
Pornography.
No, that's offensive
Choreography.
to me that I've got to say that. I'm going to say pornography and whatever.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry if you get canceled, but I refuse to have to say porn.
I mean, Nick does have a point. It is a word that is in the dictionary. Kids have
all
words
are in the dictionary.
It's not a bad
all
word.
Of the words
it's not
are
a bad
in
word.
Dictionaries, so yeah.
It can be in the news. There can be a documentary that is shown at school about pornography. Well, maybe not. I mean, it's
maybe yes nowadays.
Anyway,
times they are changing.
I think you're worrying too much about it. Really
okay, well, anyways, moving on from that, just no curse words, guys. Yeah, obviously. I definitely think that I heard this one of those Dan Bilzerian, I'm not probably saying it right. One of those Bilzerian. Andrew Tate guys, one of those guys that has lots of money and lots of, scantily clad women around him. He was on a podcast talking about how he became so desensitized to beautiful women that if he even saw a freckle or a mole or something on the woman's body, he couldn't get an erection anymore. And it became so extreme. And I definitely, like, how are you, if let's say you're just a regular person, you're like a 3 or a 4 on the look scale, you get married to another 3 or a 4 on the look scale, so you're very compatible in every way on looks and education and socioeconomic and all that stuff. So you're very compatible. If you didn't have all this access to all the corn, you wouldn't have that much comparison for all of the things that you do at home with all the things that other people are doing in that industry. And I think that it can make you, like, they always say comparison is a thief of joy. So when you're looking at this, oh, why can't I have that? And then what you have, which is perfectly compatible with you and you were very happy with until you saw what other people can have. Now you're less happy with what you have because you're like, oh, well,
Okay,
it's
now,
not that.
Kat, if I may, if we follow the same argument, we would just want to keep people in North Korea totally isolated because we don't want them to know how good the rest of the world has it, and that's
They
better for them.
are. They are.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're saying that it's better to keep them that way so they have no idea what they're missing out on, and that would be better than the alternative. I think I disagree. I have to disagree with that. Okay, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway because that's so utopian. It's so idealistic. There's no way we could ever go back to that. The cat is out of the bag. Porn is a thing. It exists, and people will always seek it out. You know.
But does it have to be so readily available that when you go on Twitter, social media, you can see it all the time, and your kids are seeing it, like, you know, in elementary school and preschool? They're like,
I don't think that's true. I think you're
it is. Go look
exaggerating
it. Go look it up. I will wait. You can go look it
That's
up.
the parents. Well, parents
The
not the
usually
fact
do
The
that.
parents are not watching the kids when they're in school. Other parents will give the kid a phone, even if you don't give your kid a phone, and then they're going to show it to them. There's nothing you can do about it.
It's not the fact that if it has to be so readily accessible, it's the fact that it just is. Technology is advancing, people are advancing, society is advancing. Time is something we cannot stop. And
Now,
changes occur whether we want them or not. That's
what's
why
so bad? Yeah, okay, now let's say that a child finds out about sex really early on. I mean, it might be better for them to know what it's about, to know what it is, and to look out for perverts who might want to try that with them, you know?
But do you know that they're not seeing normal stuff? That's the problem.
Well, I don't know.
If it was like rated R movies, I'm like, whatever, fine, I don't care. But we're
They
talking.
might not even be interested in that. I mean, would children really be interested in that before
They
hitting
apparently
puberty?
are.
Well,
We
I don't know.
have
Maybe they're just
12-year-olds
curious.
who are addicts of that now. 12-year-olds.
Yeah,
Well, they're
but
already kind of starting puberty at that
No,
age.
but they
yeah, but
started
that's
watching
exactly
at
the
7,
age.
8.
Sorry?
But when you guys were little kids, maybe you got like a magazine. Maybe you got
Yeah.
like a Sports Illustrated. Maybe you got a Victoria's Secret. Maybe you got some, you know, lingerie photo. Somebody said once they would like look at like, I don't know, just like a swimsuit catalog. And that
Well,
was all that they saw.
It's unfortunate for them because they're going to be, you know, they're not going to enjoy the innocent stuff. Like they're not going to get as much of the simple pleasures, and they're going to require so much just to get off. So that's the biggest problem I can think of because they start at that age. It's kind of like starting when you start drinking at that age. You know, you start drinking from an early age, you're very likely going to end up being an alcoholic because, you know, from that early age you start pushing the limit up, and that sucks. I agree. That's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. You know.
And what about for the actors, the females especially? Is it a net negative or a net positive for them?
Oh, there's no. I think there's no debate on that. It's negative for them. I know one that. No, I know two who are ex corn stars. They do Twitch now, so they stream games, right? Just games, video games. They play, But they've also been on podcasts, done interviews, and all that. They admitted openly that it's quite impossible for them to even get a relationship, for a man to take them seriously.
Yeah. Well, the worst thing is a lot of them, you don't know if they're going into it, willfully, like they choose to do it, or if they're somehow forced into it. That's the scary part, depending on where they're from and what their situation is and stuff. It's just like with prostitution, some of these girls are pushed into it. They're forced into it at such a young age. And that's probably the most fucked up part. Sorry, the most messed up part.
Jesus.
Sorry. The most messed up part is what I meant.
Wow.
But I think I need to leave. No, I think we can do one more. If we're done with this one, are you done with this topic or?
Okay, but like, what did we come to the conclusion of? Do we think it's a net negative or a net positive for society? If it's always a net negative for the actresses,
Society too, yeah, because it creates illusions that and expectations that aren't real.
So what
people will have much higher, like, quote unquote, standards in order to get their pleasure. So they seek out the extreme, just like Nick mentioned before. They go above and beyond to seek out that same first feeling. That's why it's net negative for society as well.
Yeah, I guess if I had to pick one, it's probably more harmful than helpful. Then again, there are people. No, then again, some people are crazy, and it helps it helps cool them down.
okay, I
Imagine
will
what
say,
some of these guys would be doing if they weren't on those sites all day or something. They might, who knows what they might resort to. There might be more prostitution, more rape, more other violent crimes. Who knows?
well,
It's hard to say.
have gone up since like the OF situation started happening.
Yeah, but who knows
Before
what you can. It's correlation causation fallacy or whatever. Who knows what the real cause is? Just because there's a correlation doesn't mean that these things are directly caused by that.
Well, even if it's not, it is going up as that increases. So the more women that are freely doing this and proud to do this, the more SAs, the more R word, the more of that stuff that's happening in society.
SA? I'm sorry, I'm in.
Oh my God.
What does that say?
I'm not with
Yeah.
you. I'm sorry.
S assault.
Oh, got you. Sorry, I don't watch the news.
That's not how the news speaks. That's just how YouTubers have to speak, unfortunately.
Well, I'm not on YouTube a whole lot.
Okay.
Neither of us are, in the know about these acronyms. But yeah, go on.
Yeah. So
I learned what what is it called again? An insect or
Incel.
I learned that.
Did you
last
call
time.
them
I had no idea.
insects?
Insects.
Sorry, I forgot the word. I'm not in the know. I ignore all this stuff. What are they called again?
Incels. Involuntary celibate.
Incels. My bad. Sorry. Incels. Yeah. I just learned that term. And I forgot it. I'm proud of the fact I forgot it, because this is new terminology that is being shoved down my throat. I refuse to acknowledge it. It's just like it almost seems like it's coming from some propaganda machine that's trying to manipulate culture and have us talking about nonsense.
I mean, I agree with that.
Well, are you happy with that conclusion? With what sort of conclusion that we arrived at, or?
So it's a net negative for society?
I guess that's what we would choose.
Unless you account for the fact that it possibly might be stopping incels from becoming violent. Maybe.
Yeah. But even if that were the case, I'm pretty sure there might be a better way to achieve that.
Yeah.
There might be a healthier way. You could argue.
There are always better
yeah,
ways.
we still have-
People don't think outside the box. when they're like, that addicted. It's a tunnel vision. That's all they see. They don't see it like this. They see like this. That's the problem. Core of the problem.
Okay, so but then how would you go about? What would you do? Would you get? I would. You couldn't get rid of it. They're talking about
You just need to give
regulating it
the
in
incels
France.
something to do in society. They feel
Laws are getting stricter, or at least they're already starting that discussion here in France. I remember they were talking about making it harder to access these sites so that a kid can't just say, yeah, I'm over 18 and go in, because that's pretty much the way it is now. You can lie about your age, just like when I order groceries, and I have alcohol in the order, I could just say, yeah, I'm 18. So some things are just too easy, and maybe they have to add a bit more regulation to that. So they're talking about that in France already. So, it's already heading in that direction. I think the powers that be are aware of the risks, and they're trying to look out for children and like keeping kids from getting totally obsessed from such an early age.
I think that's more the ground up work from like the parents complaining, but
Maybe.
sure.
Parents like you, Kat.
Doesn't it all start with parenting, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
But
we can point fingers at parents in some cases, but then again, kids who do get, say, exposed to that content, and they get addicted, and they keep their mouth shut, keep it a secret, but lie to their parents. Yeah, I'm doing better. I'm not watching that. Blah 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 blah. Yada yada yada. But they still keep doing that. Again, can we blame child then?
I mean, okay, this is what I have to say about like when it comes to blaming the parents or whatever. I did not give my kid sugar. I did not allow her to have processed foods. I didn't allow any of that shit in the house at all. Nothing. Oh crap. Damn it.
Got it.
anyways. So oh well, whatever. And then she started school. And she had her healthy lunch that I made from scratch. She just wouldn't even take it out. And she would say to the other kids, oh, I don't have anything. Oh, my mom didn't give me anything. And they thought we were poor or something. And so the other parents, without telling me, would pack her like some food. Would pack her some food, and she was getting sweets and candy and all this garbage, and it was like a whole year. And I would pick her up from school and she'd be crying and having emotional problems and not acting herself, like she's crashing from all this sugar that she was having. I had no idea. Finally, at the end of the year, one of the moms goes up to me and it's like, oh, I know you guys have been struggling this year, so we were the ones who've been providing her lunches. And I'm like, what are you talking about, lunches? And it's like, oh yeah, she said that you guys didn't have money. I'm like, she said we didn't have money? No, we didn't buy that stuff because it's garbage poison and I don't want her to eat it. This is
I could so see your daughter saying that. Like her standards, are like so high. She's like, yeah, my parents are poor. Like by her standards. They don't, my dad doesn't drive a Maserati, and or something like that.
What color is your Bugatti?
We only have one house. Sorry.
Yeah, she told everybody we're poor because we only have a 1-story house.
Yeah, your daughter's bougie. I'm telling you, she's gonna be like a princess,
Oh gosh. Anyways.
Really high expectations. She's gonna be one of those girls. Only if he makes 6 figures,
When she was 4, she said she couldn't wait to get a husband so he could buy her a car. And I'm like, what are you talking about, buy you a car? Yeah, that's what you do. You get married, they buy you a car, they buy you a house, they pay for the insurance.
From Kat, where do you think she gets this mentality from?
School.
Honestly? Yeah, school. The parents, as you were saying, the parents.
Why would I even say anything like that?
I don't know. Well, not directly, but maybe you maybe hinted at it in some way.
Yeah, between the lines.
We went to an apartment building. She thought it was a mansion. She
Mhm.
thought that was all one house, and we go to meet the person. She almost curtsied like she met the queen.
Mhm.
So ridiculous.
It's not
Anyways.
Buckingham Palace. It has way more rooms than you think.
Anyways, so yeah, so that's why I think we need to make laws to prevent at least young kids from starting that before, I would say, 18. I think before 18 you should be looking at lingerie catalogs and doing the best you can with that. That's what I think. So that it's exciting when you finally do have a real human being that you appreciate them for whatever they are, because that's what you could get.
Maybe for wait, are you saying that for men or like
Everyone.
for both? For both.
Yeah, for both.
But well, we all know men are more sexual. So my thought is that 16 plus, 16 included, men should have access to magazines, and 18 plus is for the females.
No, I would say everybody 18 plus, because it's a drug. You can get addicted. If you could get addicted, you should be at least old enough to get shot up in a war. Here to be in the military is 18.
I know it's the same here.
So that's what I think about that. And then also I had someone years ago on my podcast, and she was talking about the rise in porn for women and how women are searching for it almost equal to men, and at a younger and younger age almost equal to men. So we have a huge problem because females get desensitized much faster than males do.
She's
So
right.
and then they can't even orgasm with a partner anymore. They need to have like machines, have
Well,
visual
my
stimulation.
girls don't have those
Machines.
problems.
Okay, Nick, relax.
Just saying, man. Just saying.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe they don't watch porn. I don't know.
Hey, corn. Anyways, so yeah, so I think it's becoming a big problem for both. And I also think that there's no warning labels on, those how can I call it in a friendly way? Intimacy toys. Let's call it that.
Adult toys.
Intimacy.
Oh yeah, adult toys. Those things that women use.
It
They
just
make
comes
you-
from Italy. I live like literally. I live a few meters away, or maybe a couple hundred meters away
I know.
from the street where like it's just lined with sex shops. I don't know if you know
Whoa!
Kigal. Sex shop.
Wow.
Calm
Oh my
down.
gosh. Anyways,
I
so
swear I said the S word.
yeah,
I
we're
said the
supposed to
S
be like
word.
we're supposed to be like tame. Anyways, I don't know.
Shop
I
is a
just
thing. You can walk down the street and see the sign. I'm sorry.
okay,
Sex
well that's there. But I'm just saying that nobody put a warning sign to let women know it makes you numb. So then you need a stronger and stronger machine to get off. And a man,
but
a
that's
human, can
reversible.
do nothing for you.
I'm sure that's
Or
reversible.
more machines.
It's reversible if you take a month, 2, 3, sometimes 6, depending on how far gone you are, just to sensitize yourself back again.
That goes back to what I was saying before. I think, people will get to that point. They'll get so bored of not getting off anymore and think, well, what can I do? It's like with food, people they've got so fed up with always being satiated and always eating all this junk food and wanting more and more and getting fatter and fatter that a lot of people have started fasting. They've all started these, you name the diet. Everyone's trying a different diet all the time. Everyone's trying to restrict their calories, to take away, to go in the opposite direction so that they can be sensitive. Their taste buds are sensitive again. Their insulin levels go back to normal. Everything goes back to normal. It's a natural mechanism. I think people just get fed up of the extreme and they will naturally gravitate towards their equilibrium again, their balance. I think it's a normal thing that will happen. I don't think we should worry so much about people. We have a way of sort of seeking out the balance eventually. I
No,
hope.
he's right because
I would love to believe that.
It's equivalent to getting bored of a routine. It's the equivalent of getting bored of a routine. So when you get bored of a routine, you do things differently.
But unfortunately,
You
instead of
do other stuff.
stopping and then getting resensitized, people are doing more extreme and more extreme things. That's why we have My 6,000-Pound Life and what else? The mukbang on YouTube, and that's why we
Those are-
have the really violent corn out there.
yeah, but those are way out there. Like,
It's very common.
Small minority. It's a very small minority, I think.
It's not a small minority anymore. Most people in the United States are what would be considered in the past morbidly obese, not just obese.
Most people.
Half
The average American female weighs 180 pounds.
obese.
That's you and I are in kilograms, so that's like 85 kilograms.
I still can't think in kilograms.
Which is overweight. That is overweight.
Yeah, it is. The average female is overweight.
Yeah, but I agree. They're overweight. Maybe most Americans are overweight, but you're saying they're more. Most of them are morbidly obese. That's not true.
Not most,
That-
but I would say
still a minority.
it's not rare. It's not rare. You go to the beach, you're gonna see a lot. You go to American
No.
beach.
I'm not gonna see.
flooded.
I'm gonna leave that beach immediately.
They're obese. Okay, so they're obese, but morbidly obese, that still remains,
Obese is obese. It doesn't matter like the degree. You're still unhealthy already.
It does matter.
Yeah.
Okay, it does.
Oh my gosh.
It does matter because morbidly obese people can't even move. They can't even function. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I feel like we've digressed a bit too much with this talk of diets and fat.
Okay.
I'm
So
sorry.
you want to go to the next one, or you have to go?
I wish I could, like, because I enjoy this. I want to keep going. I don't know how much longer you guys. Well, I won't be around anyway later. Are you doing this tomorrow as well?
Maybe if you want to.
All right. I'll try you tomorrow because I really need to go now. It's my friend's birthday.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be there already, so I'm late. I need to go.
Oh.
It was a pleasure meeting. I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names. Could you remind me what your name was again? BloodShot.
He's not going to tell you his real name.
Huh?
That's why he has his name.
I didn't say my real name. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll just call you BloodShot then.
Yeah, that's
it was
fine.
Nice meeting you. And
too, man.
yeah, who knows? Maybe next year when I go to Tallinn, when I go back to Estonia, I'll let you know. Maybe I don't know, or not.
I'll let Kat I'll have her be the mediator between you and I getting into contact. So when you get here, I'll know that you're here, and then we can meet up.
That sounds good. All right, Kat. And who knows? Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
It was nice talking to you guys. Have a nice evening, or
have
a nice day. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a great party.
Oh, there. I took you off by mistake. Okay.
Well, you can be alone if you want.
No. All right, so let's just do them in order so I don't get confused.
I mean, we did number 1.
Yeah, we're good. So number 2 is how should marriage laws be changed for the benefit of both men and women as well as society and children?
The end part is something that I can't find any thoughts on because obviously I don't have kids, but I do have nephews and nieces.
But you were a kid. What would have been good for you if your parents thought of your
maybe a 2-parent household? Let's start with that. But I mean, when it comes to men and women in marriage, obviously Florida is doing DeSantis, or what his name is.
Yeah.
That's the law that needs to not just go into other states, but like into other countries, because that stops females from, or the Texas law where you cannot divorce without probable cause.
Yeah,
And
and
by
also
that,
Texas has a new law where if you have kids and each kid, and as long as you stay married, you get off on your taxes. And after a certain amount of kids, you don't have to pay taxes on your property.
see, that's the thing. We don't have property taxes here, so it works differently here. Our government actually, the more kids you have, the more government support you get. And I'm
Here, the
talking
more
like
poor
4
you are.
figures.
Oh my gosh, no. Here is everything is taxed. You're taxed when you go to the store to buy stuff, you're taxed. Whatever when you work, you're taxed there. When you buy a house, you have to pay taxes on even if you paid it off. If you have loans, you have to pay interest, which is like a tax. Everywhere you go, there's a tax, there's a toll, there's paying for parking, there's paying, if you book like a hotel, there'll still be additional fees that they throw you in when you're going to check in, depending on like the state and local taxes. So let's say if $200 a night hotel room, if you could find something that cheap, then you get there and you book, and it's like, oh, we also have like city taxes, that's $50 a night, and then we have cleaning fees, that's like $50 a night. So now you owe us whatever.
What's city tax?
Yeah, everything is just, everybody gets a little piece of the pie. Like it's just, you're taxed and basically chipped away at every possible level.
To me, that's crazy because it doesn't exist here. There are taxes, obviously, like you said, buying a car, buying a house, buying groceries, taking a loan, interest, stuff like that. But everything else is not taxed. So I don't know. It seems like it's either the state or the federal government trying to like just eat up the people. But here it's the other way around. It's government works for the people, not against.
Yeah, it's just, the government became so bloated. And they always say, like, whenever you get a new government program, even if you no longer need it in the future, they will continue that program indefinitely because those people will like fight to support those jobs. And then people do government contracts. Let's say you are in the military and you want to order pencils or whatever for like the staff. You're going to give that contract to order those supplies to a company that maybe your cousin owns and get a cut from that. And then you're going to charge, instead of 10 cents a pencil, $50, $60 a pencil, and they will actually do it. Like, this is how we're getting like just drained from every area. And then they have like receipts of it. You can like look this stuff up on the government websites and you can see how much they're completely destroying people. And it's just waste after waste. We paid, I don't know, the internet companies to switch to like a faster whatever thing. And I think it was a couple $billion back in the day, and they never did it, but they still kept that money and there's no recourse. It's just like everything is corrupt. Everything is completely. And then when you donate to charities are a way that they can also funnel money to like wealthy people or sneaky people. Everything it's criminal. And then sometimes there's these places where you donate clothes for the needy, but then they take those clothes and then they sell it for a profit. It's like insane. So there's nobody oversighting anything, and there's just like absolutely no recourse. Everybody who goes into government, they leave it wealthy as hell.
Well, yeah, that's why there's a saying: the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. But on the topic of how laws should be changed,
so for
to
marriage
benefit marriage laws, well, one example being that if there's no actual reason, like specific reason, let's say cheating or promiscuity, let's say, cheating, or let's say domestic violence. If there's none of that, then you like the law should be in favor of the marriage, not in favor of the man or the woman, but in favor of the marriage, meaning that you cannot divorce at all. I think marriage has lost its meaning. It's a status symbol now. So governments can intervene and set place laws that prevent divorces. Marriages are not about happiness. It's not in the vows.
I mean,
You
life
know,
is not about happiness.
life is not about happiness. It kind of is 50-50. Happiness and what you leave behind. But that's one law that kind of I think would benefit a lot of marriages.
So can you go into specifics of the law and who it benefits?
The law would, like I said, the law would be like if there's no probable cause for a divorce, meaning domestic violence, promiscuity, anything of that. If it's just marriage, there obviously are going to be disputes, arguments, or stuff like that. But if it doesn't escalate from that, it's just disagreement. That's not enough. Like you can't disagree. And the law should like clearly say that disagreements on topics is not a probable cause for a divorce. Like,
Okay, let me just give an example. Let's say you are a man and you're married to a woman and she cheated on you. So you want to dissolve the marriage. You don't have children yet. She cheated on you. But the state says, no, let's just say that wasn't a probable reason to get married because it was against the law. So the only reasons the state would give would be if she physically abused you or hurt you and you had proof. So you need to have like criminal like records or something. You have to have charges against the other person. So now, because you're mad because they cheated on you, you are going to punch yourself in the eye and say, look, they hit me, and then call the cops so that they go to jail. So now instead of just getting a divorce, that person is in jail. And now you can get the divorce. And if you flip it, you can see how like both sides, it's not very good. So when you put those laws, you get unintended consequences where it's like, well, if the only way out of this is if I have to beat them up or say they beat me up, I can do that. But now instead of just having a divorce on their record, now they have a criminal record.
well, that's the thing. Like, you shouldn't get married in the first place if you're not.
So
if
now
you're
you're
not,
like, just don't do it.
yeah, if you're not up to the task, don't do it. Like, that's one way of putting it. Like one law at least that says if you're not up to the task, don't get married. Like I don't know. There aren't many laws that regulate marriage. At least here. I don't know about the States.
Here
Except
we
for,
have no fault
Florida.
divorce. You don't have to have any reason, nothing, no proof, no nothing. You just say irreconcilable differences, and then you don't have to prove anything. Because of what I said, a lot of people were being forced to file charges against her. They would do, to get custody, one of the horrible things that parents will do to each other is they'll say, here, take them for the weekend, take the kids for the weekend. And then while they're driving, the other parent will call and say like they don't know where the kids were, that the other parent kidnapped them. And then you have something called like an Amber Alert, which goes on everybody's phone that a kid's been kidnapped, and they have signs all over the interstate, so you can see it all over the highway to look out for this car. And it turns out the woman just, or let's say the dad or the mom, gave it to the other parent, gave permission for them to be with the kids for the weekend. They're just leaving, and they had no idea the other parent was going to do this, to now have charges against them so that they can get full custody and then get child support. And both men and women are doing this. So this is where, like, laws, you have to be very careful about unintended consequences, because you're incentivizing people to lie about each other, and the children are in the middle.
That's what that's why a law should exist that says if you're not up to the test, don't get married.
But how can you enforce that? Because everybody's in love in the beginning.
That's exactly, yeah. So one way I can think is that, you know, that engagement period, they could implement like this, I don't know, 5-year engagement period where they stay engaged and see whether in those 5 years they feel like, yes, they want to be together and get married and take it seriously, or they can break off the engagement and no one gets hurt.
But that's the thing. Nobody knows what the future is going to bring.
That's why the quote unquote 5-year trial period.
But it could happen. Usually it tends to happen 10 years after marriage, not 5. So you didn't hit that spot yet. I think the best thing to do is to, instead of say, yes, you can get a divorce, say, yes, we will give you government enforced and provided for counseling. You can get counseling. That's it. And you can live separated if, like, it's violent until the counseling works, or you can live the rest of your lives separated, but you can't get a divorce.
Or they can just pull out the thing that says the other person gets 50%.
Oh, how about this? How about everybody has to have a prenup that goes over everything that can go wrong, from cheating, from somebody gets overweight, like, get as petty as you want to be, get as detailed as you want to be. Like, let's say this happens, let's say that happens, let's say we run out of money, let's say you waste too much money, or let's say I waste too much money, or, you know, we can't have kids, we're infertile, or whatever. All the crazy scenarios that happen, list them all out, and then agree to what each person will do. If we have 4 kids and the girl does not work for, 18 years while she's home raising the kids, she's not able to make money, not able to, have a salary. So if the guy wants a divorce, then this is how much money he will give her so she can go to school to get an education and to support herself and the kids until she's able to support herself, because she gave up that to raise the children. And then vice versa. Like, if the woman was making all the money, she would have to do that if the man stayed home, which is becoming very common now. Women are making all the money and men are staying home. So now women are having to pay alimony, and women don't like that.
What caught my ear very well was that you said when a divorce happens, a man has to, like, pay this amount to support her so that she can support her and her kids. Now, question is, why would the kids stay with the female, the mom, if she needs support?
Well, let's just say, okay, well, that's the thing. Part of the negotiation would be, okay, you want to marry a woman and have her stay home and raise your kids. That means she's not getting a higher education. That means she's not increasing her income. She doesn't have any income. She's completely reliant on you. She becomes your ward, basically, like another child of yours. Because if you're supporting her, that's what it is. When you get married and you want a stay-at-home mom, stay-at-home wife, stay-at-home whatever, you're supporting them. So you have to go, okay, I will give you this much a month. I'll pay for your health insurance. I'll get you this type of car, pay for the insurance, blah, 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 blah. We'll have this many kids. If you need, like, surgery or something, let's say if it's like one of those glamorous girls, and she's like, well, I'm going to need whatever surgery after I have the kids to put everything in the right place. Agree to that beforehand. All of these things, and then see if it's worth it to you. But agree before you get married. Negotiate before you get married. Say, and if we get
Prenups are,
divorced, what?
yeah, prenups are essential. They definitely are. I've seen videos, like plenty, where the man, well, it comes, I've seen two videos. So one is that a female from one of the Muslim countries moved to America, and the man presented her with a prenup. It had 5 pages. And she was asking questions like, why don't you trust me and stuff like that? And but he was just making sure that she's not in it for the money. She's not in it for, I don't know, American citizenship, whatever. And her reaction was so blatant, so disgusting.
Okay, well, this is why you need to do it before you get married, right?
Exactly. And but the idea of the prenup in that video was that man explained that the prenup came from her mother, not her mother,
His
his
mother.
mother.
Yeah.
His mother said
His mother probably had a feeling about her, and he didn't want to listen because she was hot or something.
That's a probable cause, but the idea came from because the mother was married and they also had a prenup. That's why. And the man obviously listened and presented the prenup. Female didn't agree, and they parted ways. She moved back to, I forgot what country it was, Jordania or something like that.
Yeah, because you have to understand there's always going to be predators of every gender. You're going to have that. There's nothing
Obviously.
you can do. There are guys that will only date single moms because they want access to their kids and they're pedophiles. That's a thing. There are girls that will date guys that just got money because they want to eventually like leave them and then take half the money. I mean, there's predators of both genders. That's why you need to vet the person that you're with and protect yourself legally beforehand. The other problem is prenups are not ironclad. A lot of states throw them out under certain stipulations, so we would just need to overhaul all of the laws. But I do think that if you're a woman and you say, I will be a stay-at-home wife, you're going to support me. And then if you decide to leave me, not if she decides to leave, but if he decides to leave her when he made her a stay-at-home mom, so she gave up a career, she has no way of supporting herself, then he should be able to pay for her for a set amount of time, because that's just what she signed up for. That's what they agreed to before the marriage. But if she said, I'm going to continue working and you're going to work and we're both going to work and have our money separate and then have kids, but then later on she decides to leave him and she still has a job and he has a job, why is she taking anything from him? That doesn't make sense.
It does. I don't know.
But then, I mean, the other problem is a lot of people now, they can only get by bare essentials in the States with 2 incomes. So if either parent leaves, the other, like the one who doesn't end up with the kids is destitute. Because there's not enough money to support 2 households between them. But 2 people can only support 1 household. You can't have 2 households. There's not a place that has cheap rent where you can
Again,
live.
that's America. That's
Yes.
that's America. Here it is absolutely possible.
Yeah, here it's not possible at all, which is why you see a lot of dads that are paying for child support living in their cars and they're depressed. It's because the cost of living is so enormous that women can keep their same lifestyle and just get rid of the man. And that's what's very dangerous.
That's what you call predatory.
Yeah.
Playing the victim card and then putting all the money in your pocket and then off to some island with sunshine.
Well, I mean, I'm not even saying that. Because most single moms still live under the poverty level here. It's not very easy to make it out of poverty anymore here.
Is it because of taxes?
Yes. And the cost of living, okay, for example, I bought my house 10 years ago, right? Let's say it was 200,000, which was a lot of money back then. You had to have considerable income to qualify for that. You had to pay a lot down. It was ridiculously expensive back then. Now the same house will be 800,000. It's only been a few years, and income has not increased. So you have the same salary. So it's like the divide between the rich and the poor is like in the last few years has jumped crazy. So you have the very, very wealthy, and then you have people who are just scraping by month to month. Most people are month to month. And I know millionaires, multimillionaires, that they have salaries where they each make, the man and the wife, they each make millions of dollars a year salary, though. That if either one of them lost their jobs in 6 months, they'd have to sell everything.
That's crazy.
That's also because they're living beyond their means. Like, I feel you should be able to live with one person's salary. Like, that should be your limit. And if you can't afford a mansion, then you can't afford a mansion. If you can't afford a house, you can't afford a house. Get an apartment.
There's nothing wrong with an apartment. I bought mine now 11 years ago for about, let me make some quick currency. Currency, like exchange. Let me see. Ooh, that's right. Also, I bought mine at the age of 19 for $13,000.
In US, it would be $13,000.
No, here.
Okay, so what would it be?
I'm
Like,
talking about my apartment. Like
yes.
it's a 3-bedroom apartment, 2 balconies, 1 living room, 1 kitchen. I bought it at the age of 19.
And how much would that be in US dollars?
13,000
Yeah, that's
at that time.
impossible. That's
At that time, 11
20
years
years
ago.
ago?
11 years ago.
You couldn't buy a box for $13,000. A box
Well,
in the ghetto. Oh my gosh.
right now, the value of my place is 81,000.
I mean, but
But
still that's gone up a lot.
that has gone up a lot, but at the same time, salaries have increased.
Yeah. So
For example, like we can't make 6 figures a year. That's fine. That's fine for us. But if it's even like, let's say between 50 and 75, something like that, for 90% of people here, that's more than enough. You're gonna have so much money left over that you can either save or, since education is free here, we don't have to make a college fund. Yeah, you can either like just save, like put it in a retirement fund or whatever.
Yeah, we don't have those options here. For example, if you bought an apartment here, there's an association, homeowners association. You know about that? So for the amenities, even if there are none, they will charge you a monthly fee. And when homes get foreclosed on, the rest of the homes in that association, homes or apartments, whatever it is, have to make up for that person's fee. So when 2008, when the crash hit, there was a big multi-million-dollar apartment complex, and each of the apartments was very expensive and everything. But 90% of them, they foreclosed on their property. So those people were not paying their homeowners association fees, whatever. And the people who were left were having to pay $20,000 every couple months just to keep their property, which they already paid for some outright.
That's a lot. That's a lot to pay for like every few months.
No,
I
every
don't
month.
know.
It's
Every
so-
month?
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
no. You
it's
have to pay that. You have to win a lottery or something.
yeah, and that's why most people lost their property. And then you could only rent it since the market crash. So these are $1 million apartments normally. You could rent them out for like, I don't know, $7,000, let's say. Now, because the market crashed, they're renting them out for $1,700. So they were having to make up the rest with their own money just to keep that property.
Yeah. It's crazy how things work over there. Like I don't get it. Like
It's just corruption.
divided into 50 states, and then you have all these taxes above and beyond, just to make the rich richer and the poor more poor. Doesn't make sense.
Basically,
Here
and
it's
the big
otherwise.
companies, the more money you make, the less taxes you pay, and the more tax breaks and benefits and grants you can get. So it's all corrupt system.
But how would you get rid of it?
Oh, you can't. You'd have to get rid of the entire government and have a revolution and start all over again. There's no other way. It's so insidious. It's in every part of the government.
Well, I mean, if I was you, I would be careful what I say because
Well, there's nothing anybody can do. There's nothing we can do.
No,
It's so
what
much.
what I mean by that is that obviously I don't have that much American knowledge, but I do know some agencies exist that don't have a name,
I know, and they listen to everything you say. But if you don't
but
have,
they make it disappear.
well, only if you have influence, which I don't. So who cares? And I'm not saying to do anything. I'm saying you can't do anything. So who cares? Lots of people say you can't do anything.
You don't necessarily need to have influence. It's more about whether you carry a threat or not.
Yeah. No influence, no threat.
But if you're a threat, you can increase your influence.
What?
A threat is someone that increases their influence, gains more followers,
Oh, yeah,
more
yeah.
viewers.
But for that
stuff like
specific
that.
reason to talk about go against this or whatever, they'd have to be like that. Are you trying to say like how Tate was like, oh, fight the Matrix, but he wouldn't specifically say what to do or who's the Matrix, what's the Matrix?
He knows what's up, but
He can't say
He-
anything
he-
because he knows he can't say anything.
he can't because number one, he has a daughter that he is protecting,
Yeah.
and number two, obviously, he has a wife,
Mm-hmm.
so he's protecting that wife. In that scenario, I would also shut up because family comes first.
Yes. So all
That's
we
why
can
he doesn't
do,
talk.
yeah, all we can do is the best we can and protect ourselves the best we can. But I don't think it's going to get better.
What would you do if you knew what Tate knew, but you didn't have any family? You were basically alone. No family members, no sisters, no brothers, no marriage, no husband, no kids. Would you talk or would you stay quiet?
I mean, I don't know. It just depends. Do I want to get killed or not? Right? It's like, am I in the mood to be a martyr?
Well, in my case, I would look at the bigger picture. If I do get killed, so be it. But if I can get the message out and warn, inform people, that it spreads like COVID did.
I don't think
And
people care. And even the ones that care, they
they
can't
do.
do anything. I think
They
enough
do.
people know what's going on. I would say at least 20, 30% figured it out already. They're like, oh, wait a minute. All this was fake. That was fake. The news is fake. And they're like, wait a minute. And people are starting to like realize now, because before, when I grew up, we just believed everything on the news. We thought this was a free country. We were indoctrinated to believe we're in a free country. We're free. We're free. We can do and say whatever we want. Yay, we're free. Everybody wants to come here. Everybody wants to come here. That's in your mind over and over. And then I remember a couple years ago, before Corona, I was watching. I was very liberal, because that's how everybody grows up. You grow up like, this is the only way. You have to be liberal. You have to think, not feminist, but like liberal, like let everybody do whatever they want. Like, it doesn't bother me. That type of liberal. Like, I don't care. It doesn't
Live and
affect me.
live.
Yeah, like that. So, I'm watching the news, and Trump was like president or something. And there was a picture of a woman taking a photo of him, but she was like trying to get everybody in the photo. So she's like on a couch, and she's wearing kind of like a dress, a work dress, and she's kind of bent like this, whatever, trying to take the photo. And then somebody's filming behind her and like kind of zooming in, and they're saying how inappropriate she looks doing this. That was what the liberal media was putting on. Look how inappropriate she is doing this. And I'm like, that's weird. Why would they put that on the news? It was a weird thing to put on the news. This woman looking inappropriate taking a photo. So then I'm like, let's see what the conservative side say. I never like switched to the conservative news before, because I didn't really watch the news. But then I go and I looked at it, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, Trump had just given a huge donation to a black college, right? And she was taking a photo to commemorate that. And there was just all these people with Trump, whatever. And they didn't put that in the news. They put, she looks like a skank holding the camera. What? And then, yeah, and like pretty much that's all it took. And then I was just like, oh, all of it's a lie. Everything's a lie. Everything is
Of
garbage.
course.
But like I didn't even think I had to worry about that stuff.
Have you seen the video where it's a compilation where the biggest mainstream news outlets, like, they were put up in a row like that,
Oh yeah, and they were all saying the same thing.
all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
How the media lies and stuff like
Yes.
that. That actually kind of sent like chills down my spine, knowing how they all operate the same way and how they're all controlled. But
Yeah.
question is by who? Or
Well,
by
it
what?
doesn't even matter by who. It's not us. It's not democracy. That's all that matters. It's not us. So that's
It's
like,
crazy.
I don't know. Anyways, so what else? Leaving that dangerous topic, because there's nothing we can do about it. Do you huh?
Depends.
What?
Depends whether you get into a position of power to do something.
Yeah, but they kill people in positions of power who try to do something.
Well, having that knowledge that they kill people, would you not take so many more precautions than there already are?
What do you mean?
Like bigger security team, trusted
There's
people.
there's
you know,
nothing.
people.
No, they have drones. People on the ground can't help you from that. There's nothing you can do. You're screwed. There's nothing. They blow up entire buildings to kill one person.
Yeah, but there are also EMPs, if you know what an EMP is.
Electromagnetic pulse? Okay,
Uh,
well, if they have that, then
speaking of drones,
there you
speaking
go.
of drones, they actually operate on a wavelength again. It's 5 gigahertz. You can hack
Mm.
that.
I can't, but maybe you can.
I'm not saying anything.
What should I? Okay, look. Knowing what you know, should we be wearing tinfoil hats everywhere we go?
No,
EMF
not that.
protectors, EMF shields.
It's just well, I know my capabilities, but this one hacker showed how you know one of those electric vacuum like little robots that
Yeah, they were
vacuum
taking
your
pictures.
no the so he started looking into it and he saw that all the data that the little machine was collecting was sent to China. Now,
Okay.
question is, why would the Chinese company and the government be interested in your information?
Do you think that there are separate governments in the world? Or just illusions of separate governments?
like a public one and then an underground one?
Like, I don't know. I
In that
always
sense,
yeah, like something like a World Economic Forum or like a UN or something, and like they're really telling all the countries what to do. And the countries are just kind of powerless
of course.
because if they don't comply, something will happen.
Well, another before we move on, have you seen the video where the president, the leader of WHO
Hmm.
or the organization,
Yeah.
he refused to say a country's name, Taiwan.
Oh, well, that's because of China and Taiwan stuff.
Yeah, but if you're WHO, you're neutral. You don't pick sides.
Well, maybe he picked them to be his or their special new project.
Or maybe he had a gun to his neck.
Well, I mean,
That's
I don't
my
know.
guesstimation.
Like, look, if China is the top, fine. I don't think so. I feel like somebody who is the top picked China.
Could be.
But I mean, again, we will never know because we are not privy to this because we are just regular people. We can only kind of guess and assume.
I mean, in a sense, everyone is a regular person because we all consist of the same things.
Can I tell you a really scary story?
I don't get scared. I don't get scared.
Well, it's not
so
scary
go on.
in that way, but it was just a very a jarring thing that I went on a date once with this guy, and he comes with just one date, meet at the restaurant, and he came from this incredibly wealthy family that I forgot what it was, but incredibly where they own buildings, like skyscrapers in multiple countries and multiple parts of the world. They own not just businesses, but skyscrapers and towns and ridiculous.
Sounds
Yes,
okay.
ridiculous. With wealth that we don't understand, right? So he's very casually telling me this, whatever. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'm like a little kid. I don't know what the hell is going on in the world. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I told him that I was half Cuban, and he's like, oh, I've been there. And this was before Americans were going there. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I've never been, but that's nice. And then he's like, yeah. And he's like, you can shoot people there. And then he's telling me about how he paid there's a place you can go to if you have money where you can pay to shoot people there to experience what it's like. And I'm like, and you did that? And he's like, yeah, what's the big deal? They I paid. I think the money goes to their family, so they'll be fine. I'm like, what? What are you saying? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. It's just what? What's the big deal? They probably wanted to die. Maybe they had cancer or something. It's not my business. This is the people who have lots of money. This is how, like, they don't even understand that these are other people. They're so far removed.
I think they do understand that there are people, but they just don't care. Like no empathy. As a psychologist, I would definitely would like to interrogate that brain, see what's underneath the hood. It's not crazy to me because in that video where the hacker talks about stuff, he also revealed how to get access to the dark web.
I mean, isn't it just a web browser?
No.
Oh, I don't know. I
I'm
don't
not
want to
gonna.
look at weird shit anyway.
I'm not gonna like say how to get there.
I don't need to
on
know.
stream, but yeah, there is a way, and he showed and told what was on there, like what are the capabilities, what you can get, what you can buy, what you can do.
Oh, I'm pretty sure, like, I heard, I don't know, decades ago in the 90s, I heard that you can go on the dark web or whatever the hell it was, and you could get hitman to kill, like, people for you for, like, 20,000 or not even that expensive. And, like, that was always, like, the rumors going around, like, you could do that. Or you could, whatever.
That's hitman stuff isn't even dark web anymore. You can
Oh,
do
I
that
know
even
that there's
over the
probably like a regular .com, hitman.com.
something. I mean, there are private Telegram and WhatsApp groups for stuff like that.
How could they be private? There's no private.
Private in a sense that you can only get access to it if you are invited to it. You cannot see the group. You don't know
But can't your
the name
internet
of it.
but can't your internet access, like cellular service, whatever, just see whatever you're doing on your phone anyway? So who cares?
Depends on the policies that your internet service provider
I think they
is
have policies that
using.
they can do whatever they want whenever they want.
Well, I mean, here they do not regulate. They don't care. Well, I mean, they don't care. They just provide service. That's it. They don't like hammer down or put a hand in front of your face and say, "Hey, stop! We know what you're doing is illegal. Stop that, or we're not gonna provide service." They don't do that. Not here. Because they acknowledge that if there was a debate over this, I think around it's 23 in 2014, something like that, about the regulation of the internet here in this country, at least, never went through because a logical solution presented itself, and it was that if you take away the chances, the opportunities from people, legally, they're gonna find the legal ways to do it anyway. So they stop. Never went through, or never was accepted even by people, citizens here. So I mean, it might be stricter in states. I know some ISPs do. ISP meaning internet service provider. They do monitor where you go, what you do, what you download.
I remember when I was younger, like maybe 10, 15 years ago, there was a thing going around where they were trying to get the censor the internet, and it went all over social media, and everybody started like, don't vote for this, whatever. But the government or whoever wanted to censor the media had like ads saying, oh, the opposite of what it is, like vote yes for this if you don't want the whatever to be censored, the internet to be censored. Whereas if you voted that way, you were actually biting your own foot, but they lied on the ads. It was so insidious. So people would share the ads or whatever when the other people were sharing like the real stuff. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, cheeks. Man has to work, okay? And sometimes he has to shave as well. So
Yeah. So, anyways,
enough of the conspiracy theories. We do
yes.
have other
Now
topics.
that Cheeks is back, we have to get off conspiracies. All right. So the next one. Okay, let's do 4. Should cheating and adultery be against the law?
This is coming from personal experience, because I have been cheated on,
Mm-hmm.
and I do think there should be some kind of penalty for it,
Mm-hmm.
because it does cause the person emotional damage.
Yes.
Sometimes depends on like a lot of various third party factors, like outside factors that you cannot control. Some people even develop PTSD from that. So I do think there should be some type of fine, at least minimum, when this stuff happens, even in relationships.
Yeah, I agree. I know some people will not agree with that because they're whores or whatever, but you can say that. Anyways, that's not a bad word. Anyways, because I just feel like I remember when I was cheated on, 4 years I didn't date, I didn't leave the house. And I went down to like 79 pounds. It was like really, because I didn't want to eat, I didn't want to live. I was so depressed because it was like my first boyfriend, my first everything. I thought we were going to get married. I thought we were going to have kids and everything. And then he cheats on me and he leaves me for a fat girl.
Sounds like someone I know, but I'm not gonna name them.
What?
It's a topic for another day. I'll say that.
Okay. But anyways, so yeah, I thought that was the most traumatic thing that ever happened. Not the most, probably there's something worse. Maybe like my dad going to the hospital or something was worse. But like that was the longest that I was depressed in my entire life. The only time that I
Yeah,
was really depressed for sustained period of time.
it definitely leaves a mark, and then it definitely puts a person into this quote unquote hibernation state.
Mm-hmm.
So you autonomously go into this hibernation state. I've had arguments, discussions, debates over whether depression is physical or emotional. What is your answer to that?
It's both because you can't separate them.
It's both, yes, but it's more physical than mental, because there are actual depression hormones that
Mm-hmm.
act as blockers, hormone blockers, and that's why people don't eat food. They don't drink as much liquid. They're not as active. They don't feel that happiness because the blockers, they are released here in brain. They block dopamine, serotonin, and noradrenaline receptors. That's why a person cannot feel happiness, joy. But the only way, not the only way, but since I've been in that hole of depression myself many times, the best way I have found, at least for, I don't know, this might like, resonate with a lot of men, is physical exercise. Hit the gym. I did that. That's why I got jacked. that's how I got jabs. And it helped me, like, it was an outlet.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, over time, the body corrected itself. If you give your body enough nutrients, what it needs, you can heal. Well, you're going to grow back a limb, but you can heal from most ailments.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
whether it should
definitely.
be against the law, but whether it
I
should
I
be against
think
the
that's
law,
extremely detrimental to a person and therefore society if people are cheating on each other. I think there should be a penalty. There used to be you could, if your spouse at least was cheating on you, you could sue the other person who they were cheating with for taking the love or whatever away from you or something. I forgot what it's called. It's some funny term. But I think that makes sense because you become incredibly paralyzed and depressed. You can't work as hard. You can't think as much. Like I had to get off of school for 2 years. I couldn't go to school. I couldn't drive. I couldn't go anywhere. I would just cry hysterically in front of people. It was very uncomfortable. So I needed to be away from people. That's a trauma response. It's like if somebody physically assaults you and you're afraid to be around other people because they might do that to you, you have that trauma. So I definitely think there should be compensation and there should be punishment to deter people in society from doing that, because you should just be open and honest and have that conversation before you do something.
this might be stretching a little bit, but I think it should go on a person's criminal record.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's public anyway because, well, at least here, people's criminal history is public.
Yeah, here too.
So you can do background checks on people. Have one do a background check on me. So this goes back to when I was on dating apps.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, well, not obviously, but this female was older than I was, but she had her insecurities, and the insecurities came from men lying to her. And she did a full background check on me, detective 101, and obviously I came out clean because I don't have anything to hide, and what I say is true. I don't open my mouth unless it's a fact. I told her from the get-go, but she still, like, obviously wouldn't take my word because of the fears and insecurities. But even like after verifying that I was a good person, I could still sense that she was closed. So yeah, there should be some kind of fee, like, compensation, like you said, and then maybe stretching a little bit, but putting it on criminal record, like as in some sort of emotional abuse under that category, because it does cause emotional abuse, like emotional damage.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be categorized like that.
But that means you'd have to register somehow all relationships.
Well, I mean, that's not a problem for me. I have a good memory.
I know, but like
It's
every
a
relationship
curse.
going forward, it would have to be registered. It would be a government thing. That's kind of like a marriage then, because it's like,
Kind of.
yeah.
But it gives people more like safety, like a safety net,
Mm-hmm.
kind of ish.
Isn't that what marriage does? But then you said people should. I mean, if somebody cheats, is that a reason to get divorced then?
It is.
Okay.
Because in the vows, it says you're gonna be loyal.
Yeah.
It's already in the vows. So if you break a vow, obviously that's enough to break the marriage.
So you don't believe in that whole Andrew Tate philosophy of the guy can cheat and the girl just has to suffer at home.
Oh, that's going too far. No, I'm not like that. My mindset isn't like that. Like, a guy needing many female encounters. It's about quality, not quantity.
Yeah, I mean, and you could also say if women are only after resources, then why can't she get resources from multiple men? That's all she wants.
I mean, yeah, that's that, and this is where Myron comes in and says some women are better at hiding their shovel than others,
Oh my gosh.
and the shovel being gold digging shovel.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There are people who hide at, like, I actually have been financially used. Obviously, I wasn't that mature, that life experienced at the time. But she did want expensive things, expensive clothing, like brand clothing, that as well. Even expensive dinners and all that kind of stuff. She even wanted me to buy her a car. And I was like, that's where I drew the line. Because she wanted a brand new car that was 60,000. I'm not gonna spend that money. Ain't no way. Not even in marriage.
Well,
There
for
are
marriage,
principles
maybe.
for you, not for me, because there are principles that I stand by, and like, and the principle is that it's the analogy of gaining trust. This is not given or taken; it's earned.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with if you want your husband to spend money on you, you have to earn it.
Mm-hmm.
Not just be a pretty wife at home, not just be a mother to children, but you have to earn it.
Okay. What do women have to do?
Well, obviously, being a mother isn't that easy to begin with, but essentially, what I mean by that is the private relationship between the mother and the father, not the entire family.
So,
So
like, not complain to other people about the spouse.
obviously, not complain, not even talk to others about your marriage or your relationship. Discuss with other people about the problems, or let's say disagreements in relationship / marriage, or show more from the female side, show compassion, know what men have to go through on a daily basis to make them money, because being a mother is not easy, but at the same time, making that money is not easy.
Yeah, they're both it's hard to be a person.
It's hard. So women live longer because they don't do as much physical labor as men do. It's more, draining on the man's body than it is on the female's body. Females are more, how do I say this? They're more like resistant when it
No.
comes to emotional stuff.
I don't think females are resistant to much. I think that's why they're better off in the home and relaxed.
Their threshold for emotional and mental stuff is bigger than men's. That's a fact.
Well, I mean, most women are very depressed. Most people right now are
caused
very
by what?
depressed. Huh?
Caused by what? Caused by
Working,
what?
because they're working.
In America.
Yeah.
That's
And
America for you.
in America, since most women cannot stay home, their life expectancy is equal to men. More and more, almost completely equal now. So
there.
I would
That's-
say that it's
That's in
working.
America now.
Yes.
Now let's compare it to Europe, where females outlive men.
Yeah, in America, it used to be like that.
In Europe, I know many examples from this is from family experiences where my my aunt's husband, I don't know how to call him. There's
Uncle?
not a word for him. Not an uncle. No, not a biological one at least.
Still, it would be uncle-in-law, whatever.
Uncle-in-law, yeah. He passed away 20 years sooner than the female, than my aunt.
Hmm.
That's a big difference. And I know for a fact that he was doing manual labor all his life. Nothing else. And sadly, yeah, it led to him getting he was more prone to being getting ill because of the manual labor. It takes a toll. Just like football refereeing, I run a lot. That's 10 plus miles per game. That's a lot of running. Now, I can't quite picture yet, but I have a vague idea of how my 50s and 60s are gonna be with all this running. How's my back gonna be? How's my knee? How are my knees? Stuff like that. So obviously, when I get to that age, all that running right now pays off. But then again, I'm 60. It's not gonna be easy. But then again, when I think 60 isn't that old, yeah.
No.
Yeah, but when you do manual labor, just like, for example, the running that I do, it actually takes more than we perceive.
Yeah, running takes a lot from you.
Every physical activity does, but then again,
Some
it's
more
healthy
than
for you.
others. Yeah, I mean, a
Some more
little
than
bit.
others, yeah. Overall, physical activity is healthy for you, but then again, down the line when you get old, that's when the problems into their life. Like when you stop being physically active.
Yeah.
That's the key word. When you stop being physically active. Now, if you continue, even when you continue, you can actually prolong the quote unquote inevitable. I know many referees who are now retired, but they still do lower leagues where there is running, but there isn't. But the pace of the running is not that high as it is for me, for example. So they keep themselves healthy and they look healthy. Can't say anything about them. They look healthy, fine, good. But I know if they stopped doing that, it's gonna hit like that.
Yeah, a lot of the most unhealthiest people I know used to be the fittest people I knew. And then as soon as they stopped, pain and all that stuff, and then the weight gain and the cortisol, all that stuff.
Yeah, I have a great example. It's like an Estonian bodybuilder. He was ripped. But he was also a trainer, coach too, just like I am. What happened was that he developed a stage 4 tumor, liver tumor.
It could also be from the hormones he was taking.
He wasn't taking anything.
Well,
That's
even
the thing.
to get that big, your hormones go up. and that has
Yeah,
to be processed by the liver, so it could do that. Like, for example, me, because I just because I have high estrogen, they're like, your liver is working so hard you can't do anything to assault it, just because I was high estrogen, and that may be caused by the birth control pill, which was supposed to regulate your cycle or whatever, so you don't get pain, was like a lie, or it could be caused by a tumor, and God knows how you got that. But yeah, too much hormones destroys the liver.
the point is, he was big, he was tall, he was muscular. Now he's nothing but skin and bones. He's so so we kind of touched that topic of donation, even donations being taxed in the States, right?
Yes.
Donations here aren't
Well,
taxed.
not that they're taxed. I mean, you can get a tax write-off supposedly if you donate, but the organizations, they're usually run by people who are just trying to milk that money, and then they have like fees for this, and you have to hire these people and give them an exorbitant salary. So most of your donations go towards somebody's salary and whoever is running this so-called charity. So charities are just scams.
Doesn't work like that here. Donations go straight.
Do you have to
the
prove
person.
where they go? Like how much of every dollar or whatever it is goes towards what you want, and how much is like expenses?
That's too much government intervention. Here, the money goes directly to the person you're donating to or for. Nothing gets taken by the government. So he's asking a lot of, like, he made a public post pleading people for help because he helped people for over 2 decades. And now he's basically asking for help, pleading for help, because he wants to continue helping people. And the thing is, it doesn't go to his bank account, the donation. They go to his mother's bank account. It's set up that way so that he, number one, he doesn't have access to the money, so that it's so you can exclude that he's not, scamming people, right? And then why the donations is because the healthcare actually declined his appeal for treatment, like the payment of the treatment. It was around the figure was around $7,000.
So do you think the healthcare that they provide people is good healthcare?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
if you have to
it
be
is.
approved for certain treatments and they can just deny you anyways, just like they do here for insurance claims, is it really?
They only deny you if the so-called specialists, I won't call them specialists, if they deny a person who is actually dying. If the case is looked over by specialists, doctors, a committee as well, and if it's denied by them, they look at the state of the person, whether that person can be saved or not. If they cannot, they will not provide the money. But if they can be, they will. No questions asked.
But there's like a percentage chance of survival that they look into.
Yeah.
Okay.
The higher it is, the more likely it is that they will cover almost basically everything. From hospital fees to surgeries to chemotherapy, stuff like that.
Yeah. Before Obama passed his healthcare plan over here, it was relatively easy to get insurance, even if you didn't work for a big company, like by yourself. I was paying like $190 a month for insurance. I thought that was really ridiculously expensive. It wasn't even the lowest plan. It was like a mid-tier plan. And maybe I had to pay $50, $60 copay for certain things. But that was it. And then after Obamacare, I no longer could get that insurance. And I had to be destitute to qualify for any discounted insurance. Like almost like you wouldn't have enough money to brush your teeth type of incomes. So obviously we didn't meet that. So to pay for insurance, when before out of pocket with no company, just on your own, $190 get you decent insurance. Now we're paying like $1,000 a month, and I still have to pay like $180 every time I go to a doctor. And like nothing is covered.
That's
And
crazy.
everything, and you have to do like I think $17,000 or some ridiculous amount before they start paying.
Okay, I'll give you a perspective of how easy it is here. Okay, so it's Saturday. So family physicians work from Monday to Friday. So let's say I call my family physician on Monday and say that, I don't know, my stomach hurts, my back hurts, whatever, and I need to go see a doctor about it. Won't think twice. She's gonna give me that letter and send me on my way. It's that easy.
Mm.
You
And
pay
you don't have to
absolutely
pay?
nothing. You don't have to pay absolutely anything.
What about for
Nothing.
testing? You need
Nothing.
x-ray, you need to look
No.
at something.
No,
Let's say
nothing.
you have a hernia and you need a surgery.
Covered.
Here, good luck. And I think oh my gosh, my cat needed to get blood work done. This is a cat. This is not a human. Guess how much money it was for a cat?
To do what?
Just
Like-
regular blood work. Just the blood work. Like a CBC, whatever they call it. Blood work. Just your regular blood work. It was $300 US.
Yeah, I was about like in my head I was like 200 something.
And guess how much the x-ray was? X-ray.
That has to be 800.
400.
Okay.
Everything is, this is a cat, and the cat had insurance. I afforded insurance for one of the cats because I'm like, this one looks like it's going to have some more problems. Let me get it for this one. And still, it was $1,000. I mean, most people would just get a new cat at that point.
I mean, healthcare here doesn't cover pets, but
Yeah, of course, but it's
But-
probably not that expensive.
exactly, it's not that expensive. Like if you have a pet, obviously it's a family member and you will pay what it is needed. The amounts aren't that big. The most it can go, like if you need everything done, surgery and all that, I think the highest amount that publicly that is known was around close to $2,000.
Do you know that people that I know, when their pet needs surgery, fly to Mexico with their animal, stay there for a week or two while it heals, and then fly back, and it's cheaper than going down the street to the vet?
Wait, they fly to
A flight to Mexico, hotel
Mexico?
for a week,
Yeah.
that will accept the dog, taking the dog on the plane too, paying for the surgery, flying back.
Oh, okay.
Even the expense of not being at work, 'cause we don't get days off, only like a week, whatever, and then maybe you get, you take like leave so you don't get paid, but you don't lose your job type of situation. Yeah, so most people get 1 week off. That's 7 days a year plus holidays. Yes. Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, in comparison, the Estonian law states that weekdays are off. They are mandatory off.
What do you mean? What weekdays?
Weekends.
Oh, weekends. But what if you do like a weekend type job?
Then you get paid extra. You have
Oh.
to. You have to. It's government. Like government controls it, and it's mandatory to pay extra if your work days end up on the weekend. You still have to get paid extra. But there's no such thing as taking a leave and not getting paid. No, you can take a leave, but you still get paid. The pay is reduced, but you still get paid.
Yeah.
No matter what.
But here, let's say if you have a baby and you have a complication and you have to stay in the hospital, like I had a friend that had to be there for 3-4 months. She went into a coma. She did not have any income during that entire time that she was in a coma.
I think there's not that many examples here, at least publicly known, at least. But if I go by the laws, then if a person is in a coma for 4 months, the company actually has to pay for the medical bills.
Medical bills, yes, if you have company insurance, but your salary, no. So you're going to lose your house, your car, everything.
Well, here you don't lose that because the company is obligated to pay you regardless. Even the minimum wage, they are even if it's minimum wage, they are obligated to pay you. So
Not
you
yet.
don't miss out.
The American dream.
Yeah. Versus how things are going on here.
I mean, I just feel bad because like my mom came from Cuba when communism happened. She fled from Cuba when she was 7 and she thought like this was going to be great here. And my dad fled from Iran when they took over and like the religious people took over and they made all the women cover up and all that stuff happened. And then like it's even worse here. It's like where are you going to go? And Americans now, I have friends that they're looking everywhere like what country will take us in? American refugees. And no country. They're like, no, like you can't come here. They're like, you can stay here for like a year or 2 on a visa, an extended visa, maybe 4 years, but that's it.
Well, I've actually had an American friend stay in Estonia. What they have to apply for is it's called living/work permit. It lasts for 5 years, and then 30 days before it expires, you either have to announce that you're leaving the country or you're renewing it. And if you are planning on renewing it, you will get it because you've been in the country for 5 years, steadily paying taxes from your salary and all that, working legally.
Did you know that the US is one of the only countries where if you don't live in it, you still have to pay taxes on your income earned outside of the US?
That's stupid. So, on that note, so the second youngest brother works in Finland. He doesn't have to pay a single tax, nothing. To Estonia at least, he pays Finnish taxes, which are actually lower. and he get and the thing is here in Europe, at least with Finland, is that if and when you work there for 5 years at least, you get the Finnish retirement pension. You can apply, and then once you apply and get it, you'll get about I think they pay monthly. It's around 2,000 something. So imagine, my brother is now 40. He works there for 5 years. He's 45, applies for the retirement, comes back, works here, but also gets the pension from Finland, double the money. And nothing is taxed from the pension, retirement money.
They actually did away with pensions in the US, which gave you retirement, and they gave you 401ks. With when you look into it, you make like a fraction of it. Most of it goes to whoever's holding that account for fees. And your company just doesn't have to pay that much into anything.
To me, that's crazy. Like, I don't know. I actually just had a friend from the UK move to Wisconsin
Mm-hmm.
because she found the love of her life in Wisconsin,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm happy for, but kind of sad that knowing how things are in the US and how things are in the UK, mainland England,
Oh, terrible.
compared, then she's in for a shock. I'm not surprised, but for a shock.
Yeah, I mean, do
That's
you know
for
how
sure.
expensive it is to have a baby in the United States? One baby. Do you know what the bill is?
Before I like guess, how long do you have to stay in the hospital when you have a successful delivery?
24 hours.
24 hours, and then you can
Then you
basically
leave by force unless you want to pay.
go. By force.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it's serious.
24 hours. How much it costs? I don't know. 100,000?
Yeah. So the average salary is $31,000. And then they're like, why aren't people having more kids?
Because they cannot keep feed them.
They can't
cannot
even
provide.
birth them. They can't birth
Can't even
them.
birth them. Yeah. I don't know. That's crazy. Here, you can actually stay in you can stay in the hospital for up to a week. You're not asked to pay any bills because healthcare covers it. But you stay in the hospital until you can walk on your own. You don't need any assistance, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Last time when my brother's not wife, but his significant other had a baby, I visited the hospital and saw the baby. The baby was in the cradle right next to her bed. So they're not kept separate.
Oh, here now they allow you to have the baby in the room. Or in the nursery if you're very unwell.
That's the thing. She wasn't unwell, but she still stayed in the hospital for a week and came back. That's it. No bills, nothing. You don't owe anyone money. You don't have to pay anything. It's just crazy how even giving birth in America pays money.
Yeah, they call it. There was like a documentary or something, The Business of Being Born. Like every little nickel and diming that they do just because you want to have a kid.
Oh, I think I saw a picture, one picture of it's not on the topic, but it happened in the States. So a couple went to a restaurant and they were charged $15 for having a sandwich cut in half.
Wait, what? And
In
$15?
America,
Oh,
yeah, $15 they were charged. They were shocked when they saw a check that they had to pay for, and they were looking and they saw, and they had to, they were charged $15 to have the sandwich cut in half.
I remember when I was in the hospital after my cesarean, when I had my kid, I didn't want to do like the harsh medications that they wanted to give you, like the IV weird crap. I didn't want to be with that. So I just wanted like a Tylenol or like something like that, ibuprofen, whatever. They gave me that. The bill was like $2,000 for one of those. Like, what?
Hey, just to make you jealous, I had my septum surgery last year. They gave me a free opioid after the surgery, and I was on cloud nine for 4 hours.
Well, I did not want to ever take one of those personally, just because I had patients that were addicted to that stuff. And some of them were like, I just had it once for like a knee surgery. And then like I got addicted. I'm like, oh, so you can just have it once and some people get addicted? That's why I was like, not at all. So, anyways, I just looked up the average cost of giving birth in the US, and they're saying like 18, 19,000, whatever's average, and cesarean is like 26. This is not true. It's way more. Maybe if you live in the country, if you live in like a cheap area. I don't know. I've never seen this. And if your kid needs to be in the ICU for anything wrong with them, like that's not even included in your delivery costs. That's extra. Or tacked on anyways.
See, right now, you looked up how much it costs to give birth. I did the same for Estonia. There's no numbers. There's no numbers, but there's talk about like when can you visit and how long can you stay, and like what to bring with you and whatnot.
I'm pretty sure that America is a slave colony.
What do you mean by that?
Because they're like working us to death and taxing us to death, and fees and hidden fees to death, and everything is like so expensive. And then you go like American media or whatever, it's like hustle, make that money, make more money, sleep when you're dead, all this stuff. Everything is like go go go, adrenaline, make money, make money, make money. And in reality, it's like a hamster wheel, and then you die.
Can you quickly look up is C-section more expensive than
Yes, it is.
natural?
It is. The C-section
It
is
is?
like, well, yeah, it was like 30,000, but that was not my case. Mine was way more than that. I don't know where they're getting these numbers. Maybe not 100,000, but at least like 60,000.
Well,
I mean, I
obviously
had to stay 7 days, so like let's say that.
obviously it exceeds the average income.
Yes.
But here I'm looking at C-section stuff. Again, no numbers, nothing. What am I supposed to do? Like they're even saying like
So it's
C-section is
free.
planned.
That's fine.
Yeah, but they do a T-shaped C-section.
Oh, that's horrible.
At least it's free.
I don't know. That's not good though.
But that's how you get the baby out the most safely. Because you can pull those muscles to the side and have the biggest opening possible to get
Well,
the
they
baby
didn't
out
have
safely.
problems getting the baby out.
Oh
To
my
me,
God,
that's just like lazy.
There's even a video on this website. I'm not gonna look
No,
at that.
you don't need to see that. Anyway, so do you want to do another one? Okay. So
Fifth.
I think we have like one more. Wait,
Yeah, the fifth one.
did we do is premarital sex a net negative or positive for society?
Yeah, when Nick was here.
So negative, right?
Yeah. You like even Nick asked you, did we come to a conclusion?
I thought
whether
that
it's-
was about the corn. Is
No.
corn.
That was about the whole like
So both of
topic.
those together.
Yeah, so when you were away, I actually read out, and he said number 3 is the one he is most interested in.
Okay.
But the one we haven't touched is number 5.
Okay, so rethinking the entire educational system from primary education to college. How should it change for the new AI world? And what do people really need to know to be productive citizens? So,
Now, for me to partake in this, you
Mhm.
need to kind of give me the rundown of how the primary education happens.
Okay, so from 4 years old, the government pays for preschool for like half a day. So, like until maybe, I think it's like noon. So, from say 7 a.m. till noon, you get pre K, whatever. And then you start kindergarten when you're 5. And
What?
yeah,
Do you know when kids start kindergarten here?
no.
2.5 years old, and they stay the whole day.
Yeah, no.
2.5 years old and stays the entire day
What's the entire day?
from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And what happens if the parents work later than that? Do they have after school care and stuff?
No, they just stay later. Like they can stay up to 6 p.m.
Oh, in like the same. Okay. Well, here we have nothing until the child is 4. So you're on your own. So you have to
Wow.
pay for all of that, and they are
Wow.
expensive. This is where childcare costs get extremely crazy. I have friends that are doctors. Both the husband and the wife are doctors. The wife's entire paycheck go towards childcare because most daycare facilities will only be 7 until noon or 7 until 2 p.m. if you pay for extra time. But if you need the entire time that you're working, there's only a few, and that's thousands of dollars a month. So that's your paycheck. And for years, she paid her entire paycheck just to there so that she could excel in her job because she cared about her job. And then while your kids are gone, somebody else is raising them, giving them candy all the time, God knows what else.
Yeah, and teaching them about stuff they should not know.
Yeah, you can cut this off, you can be whatever you want to be, or
Yeah, you
or
can
just
choose your own
neglect.
gender.
Yeah, or just good old neglect, which is what most do because they
Yeah.
have too many stuffed in one room.
Wait, so kids go into kindergarten at the age of 4, right?
5.
5, okay, 5. How are the kindergarten teachers there?
I will say that in pre-K, preschool, like before when you're 4 or whatever, there's already homework. So your kid comes home, you finish work, you go in traffic, pick up your kid. You've paid extra for them to be there, your whole salary maybe. And then you take them home and there's like worksheets and worksheets that you have to do with your kid that's sick and tired of everything, and you're sick and tired. So that's why there's a lot of yelling and screaming at the homes. It's by design.
Yeah, but like the kindergarten teachers? How are they? Like, are they adapting to the children, or do the children have to adapt to the teacher?
You have to adapt to the teacher. So every teacher's going to be different. Some of them scream and curse the whole time, and you can see the kids come out and they're like this. They're more like depressed and scared. And some of them, they love the teacher and they're very happy and they don't want to leave the teacher. So you never know what you're going to get. And you don't have the choice as a parent unless you take them to a different school entirely. But if you want to stay in that school that's right next to you and make it easy so that you can commute to work or whatever you need to do, they pick the teacher, you don't. And if you don't like it, you can go to another school, but they're not going to switch even if they have multiple teachers for that grade.
Again, yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. Kindergarten teachers here, they adapt to the children. So again, from experience, this is a nephew of mine. He's turning 3 next year, January. I've picked him up, like I'm his uncle. I've picked him up from kindergarten many times, and all I see is him being happy. Well, obviously he did have hardships initially, but eventually he wanted to stay there longer, not half a day, but like the entire day, because he was having so much fun playing with other kids. Now, when I went to pick him up, I had a talk with the kindergarten teachers, and I asked them straight up. I don't like to, what's it called, like play ring around the roses or something. I just don't like to, read between the lines. I just like to get to the point straight away. So I asked them. I asked the teacher, 2 of them actually, how are you with the child? How are you with the boy? Are you adapting to him, or does he have to adapt to you? And both of them said they adapted to him because he's very energetic. He's very curious. He, like, everything new he sees, he likes to either touch it or, like, hold it. And they explained like how they managed to calm him down is by adapting to him, meaning they kind of used, they are required, at least here in Estonia, to have some psychological training, pediatricians, that path. So they do know psychology to some degree, and they told me they used reverse psychology on him to make him settle down, to not like be that hyperactive. Not that it's a bad thing, but
No.
you need the kid to have a nap in the noon, right? So initially, when there were hardships, he would not nap, but later on he would, because the teachers adapted to him, knew how to tire him out, knew how to take care of him, play with him, teach him, all that stuff. So here, locally, and I can say even like nationally, most of them adapt to the kids, but obviously there are some who are stuck in their ways. Let's say, who have done the kindergarten teacher job for, let's say, I don't know, 10+ years. Those are the ones who are stuck, and they yell at kids. They give the harsh treatment. Basically, what harsh parents do.
Yeah. So we have testing like every, I think, 2 or 3 years for them to be able to go on to the next grade. And that year, the entire year, is just teaching them for the test. And it's very intensive because if they don't pass the test, the teachers don't get their bonuses or whatever, and the school can lose funding. So everybody's salary would be affected if all the kids don't pass. So the teachers react very harshly to the kids because they're under a lot of pressure to keep their job or to not like bring the scores down for the school so that everybody else won't attack them. So it becomes like those years are the most stressful for the kids, and they're always crying and with piles of homework, and it's just like a nightmare just to pass this test.
So,
do you have something like that?
So like, it's not the same here, by the way. You just go from one grade to another. Here, you don't.
There's no
There,
test.
there are no tests. There is no homework. Nothing like that. They do that teaching at kindergarten where they should be doing it. Home is not the place for studying.
Yeah.
At least when it comes to kindergarten, and they pass. Since there are no tests, they pass, and that's directly tied to age. So, like, what grade you get into is tied to your age. Obviously there are parents. I know a few in the past who have put their kid into the kindergarten at a later age, 4 or 5, not at 2.5 when they should. And those 4 and 5-year-olds, they start at the very first grade. They start learning how to, get along with others and all that stuff. The basics.
Yeah.
But they still graduate at the age of 7. Before the age of 7. And when it comes to primary school, primary education, at the age of 7, you go into an actual school, primary school. It's that simple. That at the age of 7, that's when you
things
start
are they
getting.
learning over there? That's what I want to know. Like,
s-
what kind of subjects are important? What are they?
But they're teaching kids. They're actually teaching many things, but I'm gonna know like the most important ones. Obviously, how to play with others and how to be considerate. Number one, like to respect others and know that other people exist, other kids. Secondly, they teach, believe it or not, they teach table manners. They teach kids how to properly eat, hold a fork or a spoon. Then they don't give knives, even like plastic knives. They don't give that. Thirdly, they teach colors and numbers from 1 to 10. So, for example, the nephew that I mentioned earlier knows how to count to. He's almost 3, but he already knows how to count to 5. He knows colors. He knows how to eat. He knows how to play with others. And they also teach. So this is from my experience, but I don't know if it has changed. They even teach how to sing and dance. So music, basically.
But I mean,
Uh,
what I mean is, what are the things that kids really need going forward with the new world? Do they need to know all the things we're teaching them currently? Do we need to teach them different things? Are we missing something?
no, like if I were to take my country for an example, I would say no, just keep doing the same thing. And what applies here is that if it's not broken, it doesn't need fixing. But when it comes to America, I don't know, maybe allow kids to get into kindergarten sooner, because at the age of 4 and 5, they start developing their own personality.
Yeah.
But you wanna have your kids be considerate of others before they develop their own personality. Because when that personality develops, that consideration, empathy, and all that is already embedded in them at a younger age.
Oh, the other thing, do they get sick a lot? Because I know here, when you start daycare or school, the parents and the kids become sick constantly, which means that not only are the parents sick now, having to deal with a sick child, but now they've run out of sick days and vacation days, and they are now having to lose money.
Well, like I said, they don't lose money here. You can
Yeah.
take it's called sick leave here. It's called sick leave if the kid is sick. But how often? It's it only actually happens during spring and fall.
Here
Kindergartens are not.
it's completely year round, and I think on average it was like every kid was sick once a month when they were starting school or when they were coming back from a break or vacation.
It's not that bad here. It's just seasonal stuff here, and that's it. Like
Yeah.
spring stuff and then fall stuff. They do get sick for a week or two, and then they go back. That's it. And kindergartens are actually even open during the summer.
Well, here you're only allowed so many sick days as a parent, so nobody can stay home with the kid if they're both working. So then parents are like sending kids to school that are sick because there's nobody to watch the kids. So they're just pretending like they didn't notice that they were sick, or like that fever's not too bad.
Oof, no. Here they have a different approach. So when a kid even has a runny nose, they stay at home.
Every kid has a runny nose all year long.
There, not here.
Yes.
Pollution
And
there is
it's no, it's not pollution. We have zero pollution in Miami, like, because it's a peninsula. Everything, no mountains to keep anything, so it's like very clean air.
I know it's a peninsula, but then again, it's a big city.
But the suburbs are not big cities. They're still suburbs.
Well, if you live in the suburb, maybe it's a bit different. But here you can like I wouldn't say it's unlimited. It's just that the wording is different. You don't have limited or unlimited sick leaves when your child gets sick. You just take them and that's it. As many as you need, but obviously, the company where you work, they can say that, hey, you're taking too many sick leaves. Like they can say that, but they cannot stop the person from taking them. They can say that, and they can also say, the company can say, you're taking too many sick leaves. Either something has to improve, or we will have to fire you.
Hmm.
Um, well, like I said, even during sick leaves, they get paid.
Yeah. Here you get a certain amount of sick days, but maybe like a handful a year.
Not the case here.
And if you
And
work for
then,
yourself, you get nothing. So, but that's, I guess, always if you work for yourself, no matter where you are.
yeah, that's true. My mom is an example of that, bringing up 5 boys alone. Not that easy, I'd say. But yeah.
So,
The
do you think?
first
Hmm?
the first 4 grades is what we call, um, let me find the right word so that I don't butcher it. They're called primary classes. So when I translate it,
Yeah.
so 1 to 4 is primary classes, and then you get a new teacher. You get a new teacher that is going to be your teacher from 5th grade to 9th. He or she is going to be your. They're not going to teach you like every subject, but they're going to be your overall like teacher, in
Yeah.
the sense that they monitor your grades and all that stuff, and they talk to your parents when needed. Teacher parent meetings and all that. But obviously, there are the more you go into primary school, higher grades. I mean, the more subjects come in, and more teachers. So 5th grade is actually taught by 1 teacher only, and then 6th is when they start teaching you more and more and more. They actually but they start teaching you a foreign language. They start teaching English, by the way, in 3rd grade.
Here,
But
I
I knew
think we learned Spanish, but not one person who just learned Spanish from school learned Spanish. That's how good they are at teaching Spanish.
Well, I knew English way before, 3rd grade. So, but then you get a second option for a foreign language. It's either Russian or German. You don't get to choose something else like Italian, French, Spanish. You don't get to choose that. But they start that at 6th grade. So 5th is quote unquote a pit stop, and then 6th is 6th grade, and onwards is where it gets serious.
But like, I was thinking more along the lines of what kind of things do kids actually need to learn? Like, I'm thinking in the US, we don't know anything about our rights. We don't know about the law. We don't know anything about the law. Unless you study law, you don't know any of the terminology, anything they could say or do anything to you, and you don't even know what's going on. You sign and read legal documents without knowing what the hell you're agreeing to, because nobody is taught that, very purposely, I would think. We also don't have any financial literacy. We don't understand those things. We're not taught those things. Our parents are not taught those things. So all we can go off of is like, oh, put your money in the 401k. We're not explained thoroughly about how when you take it out, like half of it's gone and all the fees associated with all that stuff. Nobody learns any of that. We're just very, we'll see what happens type of people over here.
And that's the problem. I'd say take example from us. What I mean is that here in school, we are actually taught the law. There is a specific class where you study the law. You don't have to go to law school.
Yeah,
You,
DeSantis just passed something that said in Florida, now we're going to teach kids financial literacy so they know how money works, because there was decades of people who had no idea what was even happening.
Okay, so what's covered here is law. Law is covered. Your rights, obviously. Economy as well, but that is 50-50 because when it comes to economy, money and all that, taxes, so to speak, they do teach you taxes, but not in a way you should know when you're a grown-up.
So they
So
don't teach you what you really need.
at school, no, because like I said, it's a 50-50 thing. And the other 50, so they teach you 50% at school, but the other 50% is put on the parents, because the parents are a living example of what taxes you have to pay.
Well, not just what taxes you have to pay. I'm not
And
really saying that.
how to like, be good with money, how to save it, how to use it in a way that is beneficial for you.
But like investments, teaching compound interest, how that works, teaching, like how to gauge where to put your money so it grows for you so you can retire, how to calculate when you can retire. We don't know any of that. Your average American has no idea when they've saved enough or if they ever will. Actually, the average American is living paycheck to paycheck with absolutely nothing going for the future. They just plan to die before they stop working.
And yet, an example is that here we know when we retire, the retirement age here is 65.
We have a
That's what-
retirement age for getting your 401k, but when you get that out, it's not enough to survive.
Yeah, but
Usually.
here, but when you retire at 65, you can keep on working if you want to, but the retirement support you get is enough to cover everything.
I think like my dad paid into Medicare, Medicaid, whatever that is. And it's supposed to give you like when you retire a monthly, whatever. It's like a couple $100. Nobody's living off that.
No, it's higher here since the living cost is higher in the States than here. Here you can live off of the government's support when you retire. You can easily.
So are you like how long does it usually take for someone to pay off a house over there?
I mean, if you go down the route of taking a loan, then it would take about roughly 10-15 years. But if you go down the path that I took, which was make my own money at a very young age, because I saw how my family members were taking loans, blah, 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 and I saw they were in debt. And I was like, I'm not having this. I'm going to be different. So as a teenager, I was already working as a software developer. So I saved up more than enough money to buy my home. But that is something that actually I am teaching to my nephews and nieces, to start not like they don't have to like chase a job per se, but they have to have some sort of income. Let's say so for example, I gave an idea to one of my nieces who studies to be a chef, right? I gave her this business idea of starting her own business and basically offering catering. She's 16. She can cook very well. I've tasted. And she had thought about it, but she's, and I told her, like, if she needs help, I'll be there to help with the business stuff. But the thing is, she's introverted, so naturally she has fears.
Well, I mean, most
She
people.
doesn't want to deal with people. She doesn't want to, you know, she doesn't want to speak in front of big people.
Well, what
But
about that? What if I was thinking about that because I was looking up one day, what do the super wealthy teach their children? And one of the things that they teach them is public speaking.
public speaking here, we actually practice at school in front of our own class.
But do you,
So,
but like,
so
is it like
it-
a set class where like they just focus on public speaking? Or is it like, I did a project, I'm going to talk about it?
no. It's every subject. Every subject that is in the curriculum, you have to speak in front of class. And thing is, why you have to speak in front of class is because you're presenting your homework. And then, so the teacher starts alphabetically. Starts, hey, you come in front of class, speak up, talk about your homework, how, for example, math, how they reached, how they got that answer, what equation they use, stuff like that. So that is the way they are using. That is the method they are using to teach children to get.
I mean, we do that here too, but you'll still find people who are too scared to do public speaking and they can't have persuasive arguments while speaking publicly because they get too in their head. And it was an elective to take a course specifically on public speaking. And it was so stressful that 80% of them, including myself, dropped the class.
See, that's the thing. Public speaking is not for everyone. It's not for everyone.
I think it should be. Because, okay, you have to think about it.
But it's
if you want the best for your kid, they have to defend themselves.
Well, standing up for yourself is one thing, but speaking in front of an audience is another.
I think it's the same thing. Like, what if they had to defend themselves in court one day and there's an audience there? Sorry, it's a courtroom. There's lots of people there. You have to speak and it's going to be uncomfortable, but you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable and you have to do hard things. And then what if you're passionate about something and you want to be an influencer, let's say, about it? Like you want to get a law passed for your city, your town. You need to be able to speak and persuade other people. Public speaking, I think, is very fundamental to being a good citizen.
Yes, it is.
And I know everybody's scared of it. It's one of the primary fears of all humans. It's very rare that you don't have that fear.
I don't.
At any point?
No. I have no fear whatsoever.
Well, that's not very common. It's good.
But personally speaking, I can represent myself in court because I know, number one, I know the laws. Number two is that I know the correct lingo for the law.
Yes.
I know, since my vocabulary is wide, like tens of thousands of words stuck in my head in both languages, by the way. And since I'm not afraid of an audience, I'm not afraid of the judge or a person of authority, let's say. Personally, I can do that, but also personally, I'm like trying to help family members, at least nephews and nieces, to for example, with this chef niece that I told you about. With her, what I tried was that what I'm teaching her is this: like, she has a homework, and I tell her to pretend that I'm the audience and I'm listening. She goes red in the face and just has cotton balls in her mouth and cannot speak. But then I say, pause, calm yourself. This is adrenaline. Let yourself know that this is adrenaline and it will pass. Once it passes, you're calm, confident, collected, then you talk. Then you can talk. Because a person is the most effective when they're calm.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have more access to the different areas of the brain. That's at least one way that I'm trying to help my niece. But when it comes to school, here at least what experience has shown me, and I'm seeing that on my younger nephews and nieces as well. They don't need a separate class for public speaking because they're not afraid of the public. Personally, I think it's just this innate trait we have.
I don't think it's innate. I think for some
No,
people
I
it
mean,
can be.
Estonians have.
Well, then why doesn't your niece have it?
Because she is more like her father, and her father is also very, solitary, and doesn't also like talking in front of many people. So she gets that from her father, but her mother, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. Again, very eloquent, very like knows what she's talking about, confident, calm, collected, knows what she's talking about, everything. But then again, why my niece doesn't have what her mother has is because her mother has neglected teaching her that. That's why.
I do know that I would like my daughter to not be scared of public speaking and to be calm and all those things. I think it's important. So I would have her read stuff to me over and over. And, she gets really scared. And then she'll start mumbling the words really fast. So you can't even understand her. And I have to make her go, no, do it again. I need to hear, enunciate every word. You're trying to convey a message. And then after she can do that, I'm like, now we're going to do it. And we're going to have feeling behind the words. Like you're not just reading them from a page, you are feeling them. And she hates this, but we do it over and over again so that she can get used to speaking. And I always tell her things like, you have to speak up for yourself. What if somebody wants you to do something that you don't want to do and you know it's wrong? You have to be able to go to them. No, I don't want to do that. You can't be shy.
Yeah, you have to step your foot down and say no. Obviously. But it's a double-sided thing here that Estonians inherently have this courage to speak in front of people, and it's a bug, goddamn. And then since we are taught to speak in front of the class in schools, those combined give us enough, at least enough to start with, to speak in front of an audience, to speak up for itself. Because I also, my mom is actually very hot-blooded. because of her Russian heritage, nationality. I mean, and she has a temperament, but she does speak up for herself. That's where I got my ability to speak up for myself. I didn't learn it from her per se, but I saw her do it, and then I felt more confident that, like, hey, I can do that too. So combined from what I saw from my mother, learn from school, like speaking in front of the class, and then seeing, like, standing up for myself when, like, I saw something bad happening or someone was bullied or whatnot. I stood up because I wasn't afraid. But that started like when I was 17, 18. So I don't know. For me, it came with life phases. We can give children as much knowledge as possible, but it's entirely up to them whether they do something with the knowledge or not.
I know, but I do know you have to give them that knowledge, and most people don't. And imagine you have two parents that are working full time. They get out, they pick you up from aftercare. You have 500 stacks of homework to do. They're trying to cook dinner while they're yelling at you to do it. You're tired. And then on the weekends, they're asleep, or maybe they're alcoholics, or gosh knows what's going on. And nobody's telling the kid anything. That tends to be what happens over here because there's no time in the day. 90% of your life is working and doing some sort of work, that you have maybe 2 hours where you wind down and you'll just numb yourself with TV or alcohol or weed. Now the kids are doing, the parents too. And then you zone out and go to sleep and do it all over. And I don't see much time for parents to sit down and have these conversations with their kids.
Man, America with the problem. I mean, there are a lot of problems, but there are also solutions. But what I'm not seeing is the implementation of solutions. You said
Because
AI. You
the
asked
parents
how
are too
should.
tired to fight.
So, by the way, on the topic of AI,
Mhm.
it's dangerous. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, I know.
Me being an IT technician, I know what it's capable of.
Yeah.
Because AI doesn't know what free will is. That's exactly what's not stopping from causing damage. What AI does is it learns the most popular things, the most in-demand things, and if you implement that AI into education, it's gonna
You can make superheroes or super villains or super intelligent kids or super retarded kids. You can do anything you want.
well, the AI is gonna pick up what the mainstream media is mostly casting.
Yeah, whoever creates the AI has full control. Because you put in the data sets to make the AI with your own bias.
Almost, because when you create the AI, you can either limit the responses it gives you.
Like ChatGPT, everything is woke.
You can limit the responses, or you can limit its access to the internet, because that's exactly what it gets. That's how AI improves its efficiency and knowledge and everything. It's not that you yourself put knowledge into an AI. That's not an AI. If you do that, That's called a software, or that's basically what you call a software. Just software. That's it. There's no intelligence, artificial at least. There is intelligence, but the intelligence comes from the person who created the software.
Yeah, I put something into Chat GPT and it's like, are you sure you want to ask these questions? Asking these questions could be very emotionally damaging to somebody else, and you shouldn't talk about these subjects and blah 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 and whatever, and you'd be a very bad person if you did any of these things. I'm like, what is this? Just give me the answer.
I mean, but then again, aren't you glad those limits exist? Because
No, I
imagine,
don't, because I literally, you can ask it, say a few good things about Donald Trump, and it'll say there is nothing good about him, or Andrew Tate. He is a horrible misogynist, sex trafficker, and like everything is just like curated for what they want you.
yeah, but I see that as a positive thing because at least GBT doesn't want to be responsible for what kids learn through that. That's why the limitations. But if you create an AI that doesn't have those limitations, the dangers are even higher. They can ask anything. And since AI has access to basically infinite knowledge
Mhm.
across the web, they can find out how to become an efficient serial killer for all, for all I know. But implementing AI, we can, but in a limited version, just like Chat GPT. It must have limited responses. It must have limited command lines that it can respond to. That can be monitored by someone who is good and sincere.
Mm-hmm.
We can. I don't think we can trust AI in the hands of school faculty. I'll be honest. I don't think we can.
And
It
what
must
about
be. It must be a third-party person, like an independent person who is not tied to the
the
school.
Ministry of Truth?
What is that?
And it just decides what is true or not. Like a little organization, they get together. They're all powerful. They decide what can be considered true or not, what can be talked about or not.
Haven't heard of them.
I think it was from like maybe Harry Potter or something like that. And they have
Maybe a
one.
book.
They have something like that, like in Canada, where if
Oh
you
yeah.
say you
Oh yeah,
can't
it
call
was.
people certain things because it's offensive and it'll hurt people's feelings, so you're not allowed to say it. You can get fired. You can be banned from the country. You can be jailed for saying something that people find offensive.
But to get on the subject, to implement AI into a school curriculum, it must be third party, neutral, either by a company or a single person.
I think
That's
it should
impressive.
be like by the parents locally. They should be able to.
Do you have IT knowledge?
No, but like decide what can and cannot be pushed on the kids.
That's what I'm saying. It must be in third party hands. Someone. The best case scenario is that if it's a person who is not tied in any way to the school, to the kids, to the parents, because that person has no agenda to choose
But that's a
What is
fallacy.
taught? How?
They might have another agenda on making good slaves that are dumb, that vote the way they want.
Yeah, but
Or
that
they
AI
work for a company that they want to push to make more sales, make everybody fat, so they buy this candy bar. I
Yeah,
mean,
but Kat,
anything.
here's the thing. Before anything software related is released, even hardware wise, it is alpha tested, then beta tested, then beta tested again. There are 2 phases of beta testing. And then there's the final release. So during those testing times, parents can. So here's my idea: parents can have access to the AI and put it to the limits, put it to the test, see what it answers, see what it gives you, and then if everything's good with the alpha testing, you can move on to beta testing phase 1. And in beta testing phase 1, you implement more stuff, more knowledge, bigger database. Then again, parents, you give parents directions on how to use it, what to ask.
Mhm.
Basically, take you for example. Let's say I create one and I say just ask what you would ask Chat GPT, and you do that. You see what the AI responds to, what it tells you. Is it censoring anything? Is it telling you that this is dangerous? Stuff like that. If you're happy with that, you can move on to phase 2. Again, expand to that database, the knowledge. Then again, parents are the testers. And if everything is all good and well, you can release it, implement it. And then, but the AI remains, it has to be hosted somewhere. That's what I'm talking about. It has to be hosted somewhere. So the host is someone who has no contact whatsoever. The parents, kids, school. But you as parents would have full control.
Well, I mean, something like that. I'm also worried about how that would affect healthcare, because you're going to have different AIs created by pharmaceutical companies that just push pharmaceuticals, and like there is no diet. Keep eating candy for 3 meals a day. That's not causing the diabetes. You just need metformin.
For starters, pharmaceutical companies, even if they make an AI, I mean, I'm not gonna get harmed. I would just bomb them.
Oh my gosh.
I-
Why?
Hey, because pharmaceutical companies cannot be trusted.
Because they have a financial interest to have more and more profit every year, because they have board members, or they're publicly traded or something, and
Let me
it's
ask
just
you
a
a
horrible
question.
system.
Let me ask you a question.
They
It's
have no incentive to cure.
Yes, but let me ask you a question.
Mm.
Why wasn't depression a diagnosis before the whole nuclear family thing? Why
Depression.
wasn't so? Why weren't antidepressants a medication
Because
until the nuclear
they
family?
because they found the drug that affected something. Isn't that
False.
why? Why?
No, it's because before that time.
Oh, because you're isolated.
No. Before that time, depression did exist, but in a physical form, also mental. People didn't name it depression; they just named it sadness before that. And there were no antidepressants. So how did people get over depression?
Well, I mean, I know in Chinese medicine they had ancient formulas for that stuff. herbs.
Yes, and those were all natural.
Yeah.
But antidepressants are not natural.
Yeah.
They are foreign to the body.
Yeah. And they only do a little bit. They kind of mimic what the plant or herb or whatever would have done in a very poor way.
They cause harm.
Yes.
So thing is, my psychiatrist used all 3 groups of antidepressants on me. None of them worked. My body rejected them. I could tell. I'm very in touch with my body. Like, since I have medical background, I know what is what and what is where and what organ is like supposed to do what. So when I was on those antidepressants, didn't help. Made things actually worse because my body kept rejecting and rejecting and rejecting until mutual agreement that we would stop. 2 months later, I came out of the hole. Doesn't make sense. If antidepressants are supposed to help, how come it didn't help me?
I don't believe in antidepressants. I know they exist as a medication, but I don't believe
They were invented. They were invented to milk money from people. That's
they
it.
cause a whole bunch of side effects. They cause, what is it? Erectile dysfunction, sexual dysfunction, weight gain, a whole bunch of stuff. What is the point?
Memory loss too?
Yeah,
Short-term memory loss.
so many things that whenever I get depressed, even if I get super depressed where I'm not even like eating or something, which only happened that one time, then I would rather sit and feel it and deal with it than to take something that will affect me maybe forever, or make the situation worse, or make me addicted to needing a substance to feel good. Because to me, that opens another can of worms that I'm already depressed. I don't need to be also addicted or reliant on something else.
Sorry. It's just when you say addicted, a joke comes to mind, but I'm not gonna do that joke.
Oh my gosh.
That's on me. That's on me. That's my head being stupid. But back on the topic, like what do people need to be productive citizens? Well, first of all, what is a productive citizen to you?
Okay, to me, someone who is able to be gainfully employed, not a deviant, good citizen, like kind, helpful, not very selfish and narcissistic, and not a criminal, not engaged in criminal behavior. Keep society churning.
How is that productive though? You Kat, what you did was you named qualities,
Mm-hmm.
but you didn't say how is it productive? Like what's the gain?
Oh, so we can have healthier people in the future. So they help create healthier people and help maybe create jobs or excel in whatever the country wants to excel in, or the community. Something like that.
Before I give my own answer, would you have productive citizens rather in an entire country? In your case, that was my phone if you heard it.
Oh, okay.
Would you rather have productive citizens in your entire country or would you rather have them in smaller communities across the country?
I don't like big communities. I don't like cities. I don't like that. I would rather like a small community, maybe 200-300 people, and like
Those-
they have their own stuff and very little interaction governmentally. Maybe like a little bit of taxes to go to, kind of like a dissociation. We all pay a little bit, so we get a security guard to keep us all safe. But
Yeah.
they don't have a lot of power. We give them the power. We could take it away. And that's it. And we can change them if we don't like them.
So smaller communities for you.
Small community, small government.
Well, there's an answer as to why America is failing, because you're so big, the country. Yet again, it is split into 50 pieces. Now compare it to Estonia, one small country, small community,
Mm-hmm.
and yet we have national free healthcare, free education, and you can retire at 65 and still get support from the government. You have more days off. You actually get, when we I didn't mention how many days off we get. You mentioned you get what, seven days a year.
And when you start a new job or you're not that in a great job, probably
Okay, so
7.
in Estonia, you actually get 31 days off.
Well, I mean, I'm not including holidays. I'm saying like your own
I'm not
days.
including holidays either.
Oh.
Either I'm talking like actual days off.
Okay, then yeah.
It's actually a month. So you work for 11 months, but you can take a month off. Now, as for me, a productive citizen is someone who puts in effort to influence either society as a whole or a smaller portion of the society in a positive way. And the positive way being that again, being a good Samaritan, showing people that kindness can go really far, being emphatic, showing that helping people, other people that you don't even know, homeless, for example, helping them in a way. Let's say you give them $1 or something.
Well, I mean, if we had a small community, it would just be like 4 guys, and everybody just gives them their 3 meals a day and make sure they're okay and not cold in the winter.
So a productive citizen to me is someone who sees the bigger picture, puts in work and effort to spread their good, productive mindset to other people, basically infect others like a virus, infect others with same mindset, and then from there onwards, a smaller like group in a bigger, like in the entirety of society, try to help, try to make a difference. That's a productive citizen, because they might be small, but if their message is, close to the heart or is logical, people will listen. If it touches a core problem in the country or in the society, people will listen. That's a productive citizen.
Mm-hmm.
And to put AI into school curriculums, there must be a new subject then. IT class.
Yeah.
Because that's where you use AI. And And I think, let's say if I was the principal, uh, I'd let the students have that IT class, but only have access to the AI, and they can ask whatever they want from the AI through the entirety of the class. No homework comes with that class. Just getting knowledge, asking questions, getting answers.
And then some kid learned how to build a bomb. Another kid learned how to say the most mean comebacks. Another kid.
I actually do know how to build a bomb. I'm not gonna say how.
Oh, I'm sure it's not that hard. A couple
It
things.
actually is. It actually is.
There's always that one kid in school that has that book on how to make bombs, and you're always like, oh my gosh, better be nice to that one.
You know, the biggest problem in schools right now
Mm-hmm.
in America is the school shootings and all that. You know, kids bring a firearm to the school.
Yeah,
Do you know? Do you know how many
a
school
lot.
shootings school
Thousands.
shootings we've had in Estonia?
0.
Correct. The biggest
It's a new
problem.
thing.
The biggest problem we have in Estonia is that kids under the age of 18, they use nicotine products.
Uh-oh.
That's the biggest problem. Nothing else. No firearms, nothing like that. Even though it's legal to own a gun, but you need a like a gun permission and stuff like that. But you still cannot take it with you to school. Like, if you had a gun permission and you take it to school, it's gonna get taken away from you, and you are gonna get fined.
Do you know the easiest thing they can do to stop all school shootings?
Again, it comes down to gun rights.
No. This is even in the ghetto, forever in the ghetto. They never calculated. We're talking about really low income, really dangerous neighborhoods. They
Yeah, no.
never calculated the gun use, whatever, in the statistics because it was just ridiculously high. They just made all of them have one entrance or two entrances with armed guard and metal detectors like you're going into the airport, and
Yeah.
completely stopped all of that, all the knife and gun violence. Because the other thing, everybody's got a knife at home. And in Japan, they have a really bad problem with knife violence. They don't have guns.
They do. They just don't use them. It's harder to get.
What do you mean? It's harder to get a knife?
No, a gun.
Oh, yes. So in Japan, there was one guy, he did like 70 or something people before the first one, because with a knife, if it's sharp enough, you'll take a few minutes before you notice you've just been stabbed. I did not know that. So he got through a whole row of kids before they realized they were bleeding to death. That's insanity. With a gun, you can at least hear the noise and you can run from it. I mean, they're both terrible. Ultimately, the real problem is, why are these people so depressed? Why do they feel so hopeless that they want to take everyone down with them? And it's usually because of, what's that saying? A child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth.
That's a new saying to me. I haven't heard that. That must. What is that from?
I have no idea.
Is that an American saying?
I think so. I don't know who said it, but that's one of my favorite ones, because you can really tell it's always the outcast kid, the one who doesn't have any friends. It's got nothing going with them. Anytime they're maybe a little awkward, you try to hit on somebody, it doesn't work out. And then they get it into their head that it's never going to get better, or they have violence at home, or things are just not looking out for them. And then that's just what happens. So anyways, that's why I don't like to talk about gun violence, because it's not the problem isn't the weapon. They can learn how to make a bomb. They can bring a knife. They can even get a string and suicide themselves if they're
They can
depressed. I mean,
improvise. Yeah.
you
They can
can
improvise.
you have to address the root cause, and that's that people feel very alone and in a crowd. The more people you have, the more alone people feel, because if you live in a small community, you're used to seeing everybody's face and having that, and maybe they know you from when you were a kid, so if you act up one day, they're not going to hold it against you. And you have that sort of camaraderie what you don't have for these strangers. You don't know this person, so if they cut you off, you want to kill them because they're nothing and nobody to you. You don't know their situation, that their mom just died and they're stressed out. You don't know that, so you don't have empathy. You can't have empathy for strangers.
What? Wait, no. You can.
You can, but I mean,
People
to a
choose not
point.
to. People choose not to have, because people are now more than ever selfish.
Well, yeah, because if
Because,
you don't have a
it's all about
community,
it's all about money, 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 money.
yeah, because
So
what is it now? There was a statistic, I don't know where I saved it, but it was something like 88% or something ridiculous of parents are now in the States pressuring their children to focus on making lots of money over having a relationship or family or marriage or anything like that. They're like, don't do any of those things. Just make lots of money. Which is more hustle culture. Hustle, hustle. Keep trying harder, a little bit more. Kill yourself just to make it out of the hole. I mean, nobody's going to be happy like that. And then you have these poor kids that are watching these podcasts that are like, oh, women only like you if you have a lot of money. And then you have these broken women who are like, I will only like you if you have a lot of money. Because my parents told me money is the most important thing, because they're so scared that I'm going to be broke, that they're like, don't even like the person, just go for the money, because that's what parents are dealing with, that they're under so much stress and pressure trying to deal with everything going on in this culture, which is very toxic.
I think overall, we as people across the globe, we should strive to be better than our parents, and that's what I have done. But I'm only 30, and I have already surpassed my parents by a huge margin in terms of success, in terms of no loans, in terms of education, in terms of what I've achieved. Like, I emphasize that a lot to my nephews and nieces. Be better than your parents. Be better. Break the cycle. I'm the one who broke the cycle in, like, my family per se, like, between my brothers and my mother. So obviously I would like to see the same, and that turned out just fine. Obviously I would like it's the same for my nephews and nieces, and I encourage them, but I also don't want to discipline them, because one of my nephews is 13. He's not allowed, like, the store should not be selling. The store is at fault, not his fault, but I think it was 2 days ago, I caught him buying energy drinks. 13 years old.
My kid knows what energy drinks are, and she's like, oh, can I get one? Because they market it to little kids. It's so insane.
I actually so when I saw that happen, I grabbed the can, and then I asked him, like, what is this? What are you doing? Why are you buying this? Do you know how old you are? And then I looked at the cashier in the face, in the eye, and I asked her, how can you sell this to a 13-year-old? And she just shrugged, and that's it. I'm like, there's no way you're buying this. When I'm here, you're not buying this.
Do they
You
have a
put it
lot of
back.
processed foods over there in general?
Well, no, not too much, but obviously you have it to some extent, but not as much as you would think. Like there are, like, just like in America, there are specific, you call it farmers market, right?
Yeah, we don't have any here, but there are some places with them.
Well, that's the terminology you use.
Mm-hmm.
But we, it's a cultural difference. We call them biomarkets. Why biomarkets? Because they are 100% natural and straight from, the maker.
Yeah.
Who grows them. They're actually spreading more than, they're spreading kind of like wildfire now, the biomarkets. So yeah, it's kind of like even with processed foods now, the biomarkets. But since living costs here aren't that high, people have been turning to biomarkets and getting no processed foods and making their own actual meals.
Here, it's a complete hellscape. You cannot find real food, real organic food in the grocery store. And if it is coated with something from Bill Gates that's like super toxic, like a waxy film that you can't wash off. And then it's also like soaked in other pesticides that they give you endocrine disruption. They give you maybe infertility, or they can even maybe change your sex. We don't know.
That's pushing it. That's pushing it.
Well, I mean, if they're endocrine disruptors, that's your endocrine system.
Yes,
it can mess it up. It can make you be more masculine or be more feminine or whatever. So
yeah, but that doesn't. I'm just gonna say it doesn't ungrow what has already grown.
What do you mean?
So you said it changes your sex. So let's say a man eats that. Obviously, what makes a man doesn't ungrow.
Well, it could change their hormone profile, which will make them act the opposite.
Well, yeah, act the opposite, but that doesn't make them.
And it can also take away sexual function and capabilities and everything. We have an epidemic of women that are 25 that have gone through menopause at 25. 25-year-old women go to the doctor, find out they have zero hormones working, that it already shut down. It was like in the 30s a couple years ago. Now I'm hearing 25-year-olds. Like, yeah, nothing works. That's not normal.
Nah, that's far from normal. Females here have their natural menopause. I don't know the exact age for it. Was it like 40, 45?
No, it was supposed to be like in your like 60.
60. Okay.
60 was supposed to be menopause. You go to perimenopause. That's the age where you're kind of like, woo, a little bitchy. That's right before menopause is when it starts, and you're basically hormonally just like a man, very even keel, and you go to the 24-hour cycle like men go on instead of the 28-day.
60.
So
in Estonia, it's females go through menopause at the age, like it's definitely way above 45 plus.
Yeah.
That's like
that's normal.
in the 50s. In the 50s, I'd say.
Yeah.
I can say like definitely.
I think 55 to even 65, that is normal to go into menopause. That means you had a lot of hormones that you used in your youth, that you were fertile, and then it shut down when you were very old, and now it's time to relax and be the grandmother.
And currently, the female population of Estonia, that's the age they are going through menopause, it's definitely over 50. Definitely. Can't say the exact number or what's the average because I haven't looked into it. But based on what I know medically and how, well, I do keep my eyes on and ears on our country's overall health, like lifespan and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So with that in mind, I can say females here definitely have that natural menopause at the right age.
They're in schools, they tested the water and they found very high levels of astrazine, which I don't know if you know what that is, but that's what Alex Jones was saying. They turned the frogs gay. That was a study that, like, I don't know, was 4 of the male frogs switched to female and started laying eggs that were fertile. So that's,
man.
I mean, if it does that to a frog, it's definitely doing something to everybody. And that's in all over the United States. It's crazy. It's in the public water system. And in the States,
Dang.
we were always taught that you don't need to, worry about the water. You can drink the water from your tap. So everybody's house, they're drinking tap water. It's so gross. Oh my gosh.
Now here is fine. Like tap here, absolutely fine. Nothing in it. Nothing. The water actually, they poured down into the earth about 150 yards, 200, something like that. They get to
The aquifer.
groundwater.
Mm.
So they get the groundwater. Obviously, they filter out the dirt, but there's nothing else in it. And so the tap water here tastes like nothing, just like it should. So no, like chemically poisoned, mind altering, and sex changing.
Oh yeah, there's
water.
pharmaceuticals in our water. There's hormones in our water. There's birth control, all of that, very high concentration in our water. And it takes, I think it takes 3 or so generations if we were to stop all of that before it would get out of the system of the kids.
You're not gonna get 3 generations. That's the problem.
We're done.
That's the problem. You're not gonna get 3 generations unless you grow them in a lab.
What?
Humans grow children in a lab.
Oh
Test
yeah.
tubes.
Yeah.
Test tube babies.
Mm-hmm. That's what they're doing. They're making the pods, artificial wombs, all that stuff. It'll be only the uber wealthy will be able to have a baby, and they'll be able to choose all the traits of the baby to make like CRISPR style super babies. I want them to be super tall, have this color eyes, this type of hair, this
but
whatever.
The problem with being tall is that your lifespan.
Yes, it goes. Yeah.
So I'm glad I'm not 6'9". I'm glad I'm 6 foot and 3/4. If we were to use the imperial system, but I'm actually this is funny. I'm 3 inches taller than my biological father, but I'm actually a whole damn foot taller than my mom. So it makes sense.
Well, what about? I actually know someone. her parents are like 5 feet, but they grew up in a very war-torn country. I don't remember where it was. So they didn't have like food, nutrition. They were under extreme stress in their childhood. So they're very short. And then they came here to the States, and she is like a 6 foot tall woman. And her brother is like 6'2" or something. So they're very tall, and the parents are like my size, or so tiny and petite.
The word is funny to me.
So I don't know. I think it's nutrition and stress
Yes,
about how tall you get.
It's definitely nutrition, because when I was growing up, so my mom worked at a dairy farm.
Oh, okay.
I got that juicy fresh milk straight from the cows. Others,
With the enzymes intact.
everything.
Yeah.
Like fresh milk.
I have to order that illegally from another state and have it shipped in a cold truck to some woman that I don't know's garage, and then go pick it up at a set time like a criminal to get raw milk.
I mean, that's probably what played a big role in my physical growth, like having the nutrients, raw milk, no processed foods, because my
Yeah.
mom loved making, like, she used to have like a garden where she would grow stuff, potatoes and everything. It's the Soviet era type, teaching of
Mhm.
growing stuff yourself, then making food for yourself. So she would make food out of that. So basically, I got zero processed foods when I was growing up.
I always hated the fact that we had to go to grocery stores. I always thought that that was wrong. There's something wrong about having to do that. Like, why can't we grow it ourselves? Why can't we have a few chickens? Like, it's illegal. Why is this illegal? Why can't, like, we have the space, or, something? Or like, why can't, like, we sell raw milk to each other? Why is that illegal? All these weird things. And it's just, everything is greed. Everything is money. Everything is, I own this grocery store and this dairy company, and I sell it to the grocery store, and I don't want you to go get it from the guy with only 4 cows for cheaper or whatever. Make it illegal, so you have to go here, or some other garbage. It's just, and then they fortify it. They have to pasteurize it, take everything out. And when you pasteurize it, when you take the enzymes out, you break everything down. It's not the same thing. When you process something, it's not the same. You can't call it the same.
Viscosity also changes. Like it's more liquidy as well. Like it gets really close to basically same viscosity as water. We have it here, but no one actually really buys that. I mean,
Well, we don't have the choice here.
people do buy them, but it's only people who like cannot afford.
So it's cheaper
whole
to
milk.
get the processed crap.
Yeah, of course. But there's also raw milk. Raw milk right next to it. In big, like tall, like I mean really tall. Goddamn camera. Big, really tall. I'd say like not a gallon, but hold on, let me convert real quick. The ounces. Oh, 67 ounce. Yes, basically 68 ounces of raw milk right next to processed milk.
And how much do you pay for that?
The price difference is like here I have to talk in euros. It's pocket change actually.
Let me do
It's like
USD to euro. So it's about equal right now, just a little bit off. It's 93 cents of a dollar is a euro, so it's about the same.
So processed milk is not actually 68 ounces. It's 32.
Mm.
And 32 ounces of processed milk is about $1.
Do you know what I pay?
What?
Do you want to know? Because I have
Hold
to.
on. Before you tell, let me say how much the raw milk costs.
Okay.
The raw milk is about $1 and some cents on top of that.
It's really bad here. So, I mean, I have to pay to join a co-op, which is like a private community website. So like $50 a year, right? And then I have to pay for shipping, and it's a cold shipping, whatever. And since they don't do mass quantity, they can't get a discount on bulk shipping because it's a small community. So I have to pay like $50 just for shipping. And then the milk itself will be like $6 to $12.
How many ounces?
A liter would be like $6. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What?
And a gallon could be like maybe 10 or 12.
That's daylight robbery. What the hell?
Oh my gosh, yes. So I don't get it that much. So if I get it, I treat it like it's like gold.
68 ounces of raw milk here is $2, and you're telling me you're paying $6.
And you wonder why everybody here is like miserable.
Who allows that kind of scam to happen?
Everybody, because nobody protests. I remember my dad telling me that they doubled the price of thread in Iran, and the entire country went out and screaming and protesting, and the next day it was back down because they had no
Yeah.
reason to increase. Nothing, no cost went up. They just wanted more money.
Same.
All the thread companies got together, fabric companies, let's increase.
Same happened here with gas, fuel, gasoline, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
Prices went up. People actually made a petition, public one, presented it to the government, and prices went down back again. So
But how much do you pay per gallon for gasoline?
How much is a gallon?
In what? In liters or what? Or ounces? What do you buy gas in?
Okay, we buy liters. So that's 1 gallon is 3.8 liters.
Yeah, so like 4 liters.
Gallon. For a gallon we pay. Let me do some math. Just to be accurate. I like to be very accurate. For a gallon we pay $6.7.
Oh, you pay more than us.
That's right now.
So it's like,
but that's
$4 here.
That's 95, not 98. Diesel is actually $5 per gallon.
Nobody has diesel unless you're a big truck here.
Oh, people have diesel here. They love it.
Nobody has that. I don't think they allow it.
Why?
I don't know. Everything's a scam here.
Nothing's allowed. Everything's polluted. Everything's poisoned. You can't have this. Everything's taxed. What the hell?
Yeah. And I wonder why I
and-
have
and
high
that-
cortisol.
And females are overweight.
Well,
people
we're
overall-
stressed, we're overworked.
People are
Females,
depressed over like
I
generally.
mean,
people.
how would you feel if you knew like you could? I remember my husband's brother-in-law was here once. He does his financial planning garbage, right? And he's like, well, if you want to retire and make the same amount you're doing now, I'm going to need you to make at least like, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 more a month. And he's like, there's not that many hours in the day. What am I supposed to? I will never make that. And then he just got so depressed for like months. My husband was depressed. He's like, what else can I do?
You said there's not that many hours in a day. Question: how long do you sleep typically?
I sleep 9 hours.
Too long?
Not for a woman.
No, it is.
Have you seen the recent studies? Let me show you.
Who's the co-chair?
Hold on.
I know my body, like overall, not my body, but I know the body and what it needs, how much it needs. So you should be actually getting the healthy amount is 7 hours, 6 to 7 hours.
Do you know that back in the day, like Victorian period, they would have 2 sleeps? You would sleep from 7 till midnight. You'd be up for 2 or 3 hours and then sleep a little bit more.
Yeah. But still, 9 hours.
Well, that's because
that's
5 of
too-
them are just in terror. Why can't I sleep? Because when your cortisol is too high, you can't sleep. And when you're stressed, you can't sleep. Your cortisol goes up. Everything is connected. See, it's all a big system.
Yes, the body's one big system that is connected. Like you could have something in your shoulder, like let's say you tore the meniscus in your shoulder. It can still affect your stomach. It can affect your legs. It can affect your back. Everything's connected. I know that. But how you are controlled is it actually comes down to how much they tell you to sleep. So-called experts.
Yeah, that's the other
But,
thing.
but when you try it yourself, like you do these quote unquote experiments yourself on your own body, see how much sleep is actually enough. You'll find out that you're scanned, because I used to sleep 8 to 10 hours. Now I sleep 7 hours.
Okay, but depending on where you are in your life cycle, the stress you're under, your hormone profile, what you
my
ate.
hormones are my hormones are through the roof. We made that clear last time.
Yes. And as are mine, except for I am low in progesterone in relation to everything else. And my testosterone's gone slightly down, so it's now normal. But my cortisol has gone sky high.
There's something you're not doing right.
Oh, you think? I think because I got really stressed out because I was breaking out because my testosterone used to be super high. My aldosterone and then testosterone was super high. So then I took this acne medication, not knowing that it causes you to. I just found out yesterday. I found the study that says it causes you to get super high cholesterol, not cholesterol, cortisol. So it gets rid of your acne, but it stresses you out. You get high cortisol, and it causes weight gain that is irreversible. According to the studies, when the people stopped taking them and they came back to them 2 years after stopping the medication, they did not lose that weight. They did not gain additional weight, but they did not lose that weight, which is not a good thing to hear. That's why I hate pharmaceuticals.
Do you know if
They're
you
all
have any
garbage.
problems with your kidneys?
I don't know. Probably. I imagine
Because
everything.
cortisol is actually directly linked to your kidney function.
Yeah.
So what is going on with your kidneys?
Well, I've gotten scans and they just said that I am dehydrated, that there's nothing wrong, but I could use more water. I don't know. Look, the medicine system here is trash. Oh, and that medicine that I was taking before, I think it damages. I think it damages your kidneys too. Yeah.
Wait, did you say your cortisol level is low?
High.
High.
Yeah.
So it is measured ACTH, and at night it is between 20 and 22. But in the morning it is between 6 and 8, the so-called marker. Yours being high all the time?
Because I've done like 24-hour cortisol testing, so they can see like how it rises and falls throughout the day.
So it's you might be missing folic acid.
Folic acid, maybe.
Wait.
What are you looking up?
Trying to find out why your kidneys are not functioning properly.
Yeah, and also my weight problem, it's mostly like a fluid, like squishy.
What?
Yeah, it's like fluidy. Like I'm just like fluidy, right?
So you're full of water, basically.
Yes, I'm a big fluid.
Wait. If your cells are containing so much water, now I'm not gonna, diagnose or anything, but
yeah,
I had my one of my classmates from high school had this disease syndrome, whatever it's called, that made her blow up in a way that her entire body started, this cells started getting full of water. Some disease that
there's
I
Cushing's.
can't recall right now.
There's
There's Cushing's, there's Addison's.
Yeah, and sometimes
she had Addison's. She had Addison's. She had Addison's, and that's why she was bloating up.
I have friends who they have kids. They have all the money problems because we went over like how expensive it is here for childcare and how you have to work and you don't get that many days off and yada yada yada. Everything's terrible, and then they get stressed out, so they start gaining a lot of weight. And I see like like in the Cushing's, you get the buffalo hump and you get the moon face, and then you carry a lot of weight in the midsection. I see that a lot with new mothers, especially working mothers, even stay-at-home mothers, but mostly working mothers. And it's just like, I can't say anything because that's very inappropriate, but their doctors don't do anything. I imagine you're a doctor, you see someone with moon face, a buffalo hump, and and they have like a belly protruding and usually skinnier legs, and you're just like, yeah, you seem fine. Go home. Everything's great.
Do you know what else is directly tied to your cortisol?
No.
Hydrochloric acid.
What?
And the source of that, you can get it where you can get it.
Is this going to be like in the group where they were trying to get me to take steroids or something?
No.
They're like, you need to take this. And then I looked it up. It's like the most strongest estrogen blocker. My husband's like, you will lose your shape, everything, if you take this.
I know why your kidneys aren't functioning that well. It's because hydrochloric acid is a mineral acid that is used in processed foods. Number one, chlorides, fertilizers, dyes, electroplating, photography, textile, and rubber. So you get in contact with all of these, and your skin being squishy, like you said, it kind of absorbs that hydrochloric acid, which then increases your cortisol.
What does it say is the fix then? No fix.
There's
Screwed.
there's no fix because there's no fix because it's used in it's not meant for humans. That's the point. It's not meant for humans.
That's our food system is not meant for humans here.
But I mean, it's hydrochloric acid is also naturally occurring acid that is produced in the stomachs of mammals. We humans as mammals, it is produced in our stomach, but is in the large intestine, not small. But bits of it is also found in the small intestine, gastric juice, acid, gastric acid.
I wonder.
So there's something terribly wrong with your entire digestive system.
The entire body.
Let the body be. I think the core problem lies within your digestive system as a whole.
I'm sure it does. I know that there might be something wrong with my gallbladder. Because if I ever take...
Yes, that's how hydrochloric acid is produced in the human body, at least.
Yeah, so maybe I have something like, what are gallstones that block the bile duct or whatever, because I have to take ox bile when I eat now.
Do you get reflux?
No.
No acid reflux?
Not really.
No burning sensation in your stomach?
I got it when I was under a lot of stress at my old job, but not in a while.
Not in a while. So,
and I did have somebody check down my throat, and he said
that's called swallow. Here we call it swallowing the sword.
What is that?
Well, that's when they go down the tube with with the tube down your throat.
I think he went down
Into
my
your stomach.
nose. It didn't go that far. He just went like maybe up to here to check if the throat had any damage from reflux. Because at that time, my neck had swollen like a lot. It's still kind of swollen, but it was like really swollen. And then I found out I had a thyroid nodule.
Exactly. I was about to say, what about the thyroid? Because
So
it
they
also
checked
causes
that. Yeah, I don't have Hashimoto's and I don't have, my thyroid levels were normal, but they said it was a little bit low normal. So they gave me levothyroxine, which did jack shit. And then I put red light therapy on it. And I took a desiccated thyroid, bovine, and that's what I'm taking now. I don't know if it's helping or whatever, but the swelling has gone down a little bit where it used to be a lot.
Your neck should look like mine without the Adam's apple.
I don't know. I've always... No, I mean, I used to have a really tiny little thing, but look, the face is
spots,
also fat.
These spots on your neck.
What spot?
These sides.
This?
No. These. More to the side.
This?
Almost. You're close.
At what spot? This is to what?
Hold on. My camera's mirror. God damn it. Right here.
Mm-hmm.
It's too wide. I can
This?
see. I can see it has a bend in it.
So what's that?
It's
Yeah,
full of
this is
water.
like, huh?
It's full of water.
Water. Yeah, swollen.
Thyroid issue. So, God. Okay, I almost swore.
It's too
Almost
late.
got it out.
It's too late. It's too late.
No.
Yeah, I think it could be. I'm taking that stuff. It hasn't done anything. Clearly.
America is broken. Your health is broken.
Yeah, everybody's sick. All my friends have some. They've all had thyroid cancer already. They've all had. What else? They get the buffalo hump. They get swollen. I can show you a row of people and show you before and after kids. It's like something about getting off the birth control and then getting pregnant and then all the chemicals in the food and the water. And then the women are just getting all these. They look like they're swollen. And then the guys are like, the women are obese here. And it's like, we're dying. What are you talking about? We're trying, but like everything's wrong.
I mean, like I'm not gonna exclude some of your health issues. Let's say might be either hereditary.
Nobody in my
or-
family has anything. No.
That doesn't mean anything. No, I'll tell you that right now. That doesn't mean anything because when X and Y chromosomes meet, you get you don't choose what you get,
Yeah.
and you also don't know how those genes are gonna mix up. You don't know how.
Well, I
You only
did get
you
genetic
only
testing.
find out. You only find out when you grow into a full adult. That's when problems start arising. That's how I found out that I have celiac disease.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I found out I have polymorphism in the HSD3B1 gene. 2 genetic mutations. Because my dad's and my mom's genes would not mix very well. It's a complicated thing.
I know.
It is. Cheeks knows about one thing that I'm not gonna make public, but I went to see.
Oh, are you done? Should we end it here? It's been 4 hours. I think we're good. And we're off topic already.
we are.
At
But-
least go off live. You can tell me off live.
I don't know if I can, but we should put a full stop or conclusion to that. Number
Okay.
5.
So what do you think?
Well, I have my say.
I think
that-
we have a similar conclusion that we smaller groups and that
smaller groups that have a meaning, and when it comes to like school stuff and the AI, have that AI be controlled by a third party. But as I told you, so as a software developer, there are testing phases, obviously, and conclusion being that parents are the ones who control it, but the one who hosts the AI is someone neutral. At least that's my standpoint on that. What do people need? They just need more empathy. Come on, more kindness.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what other people are going through. I don't know what you're going through. You don't know what I am going through. Being more kind to each other, just even to strangers, people in the chat, everyone. It has to start somewhere. And I know you agree with that.
Yeah.
Someone has to start it.
So I agree with you, and I think I would add maybe some more training on public speaking. That's what I feel is very important. And training on AI at school. I think we both think that's important. And yeah.
Yeah, but with AI comes more responsibility on you. You know that, right? What is with public speaking? Like, I think that's one of your passions.
Well, because I used to be very scared to speak in public. And it took me so many decades before I got confident enough to speak public. I started the podcast because I couldn't speak to people.
So you kind
I
of
had to
force yourself
yes.
out of that cocoon.
Exactly. I would stutter. I would say, and like every word. It was so bad because I was very nervous and I was stuck in my head so that I couldn't think about an intelligent thought. So I just sounded like a freaking moron. And it was just because I wasn't comfortable, and I wasn't comfortable because I had nobody force me to do it. Unless you force kids to do something, they don't learn them. And I could unfortunately avoid it my whole life.
Yeah, but here's the thing: forcing, like, the word itself already has a bad stigma to it.
Yeah, but that's what education is. You don't have a choice.
Yeah,
you have to learn to read and write.
Yes, you do. I agree fully. But forcing has its own dangers. So I don't know. Like, the golden middle ground, it's somewhere, but I don't know if we can find it yet now, at least.
Oh, and
I mean,
what do you
obviously,
think?
it has to like improve.
And what do you think about how, like, the kids today are? Why do I need to learn math if I'm gonna have AI and I have a calculator in my hand all the time? Shouldn't I learn more complicated stuff than the basic stuff? And things like that. And all the kids are like, oh, also they can't assign what's it called, essays anymore, because they just chat GPT everything, and then they run it through another thing to check if it can be seen as chat GPT, and then they dumb it down a little bit, but they're just learning that skill. They're not learning about the subject. They're just learning how to beat the system.
I mean, kudos to the children because they actually are using what is like, given to them. Okay, it's given that. But why learn math? Number one, so you could, in your head, when you go grocery shopping, at least how much is in your like food cart.
Hmm.
So you don't have to pull out your calculator, waste your time doing this and that. In my head, I can do calculations like that in a snap, even though I was not very strong initially in maths. I wasn't. But then the teacher changed and the method of teaching changed. So now my maths went up, 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 up. Without it, I could not be a software developer.
Hmm. I remember I failed every math, not geometry. That one's easy, but in college, I mean, I had to take them multiple times until I got them. And then I got one teacher, and it was one of those classes where everybody fails and they just say stupid Americans, because most of the teachers were foreign. So they're like, you idiots, you don't know how to do anything. And they had a real like contempt for American kids. And we're just like, can you please explain it? And this guy came in and he was so sweet and so slow. And he explained it in such a great way that everybody was like, oh my gosh, I understood it. I could figure it out.
Yeah.
We went our whole lives with these people like, why don't you get it, you stupid idiots? And then
That's
finally,
exactly how it happened to me. Exactly. That's exactly how it happened to me. The
yeah.
first teacher was just like that, but the second one was so detailed, explained everything, was patient, and wasn't scared of talking to students one on one, like coming up to them and like showing them how to do what, like how to use that equation, how to do that, this and that, this and that, this and that. She was so much better, like a different human being. I'm not
Mhm.
saying person, but a human being teaching math. Like the same happened to me. Exactly the same thing, just like you.
Yeah. So sometimes we go through our entire education system thinking that we don't get something, we don't know something when we just never had a decent teacher. And I'm hoping that maybe they can use AI to figure out how people learn, maybe individually they learn differently, and then maybe fix teaching methods accordingly.
That's your hope.
That's
Yeah.
a hope.
Okay, but I'm a realist, okay? And since I dabble in that, let's say IT universe, AI is just going to make people, I'm going to say this as a conclusion, AI is going to make people more lazy. AI is going to improve people in a way that they have access to more information. But then again, people will not memorize all of that information because that information is the palm of their hand. AI is good, but also bad.
Hmm. Do you
It
think it's
has to
going to
be.
be how kids now don't know how to fry an egg? They're like, what is this? What is this stove thing in the house? How do I use that? Because everything is Uber Eats.
Yeah. I mean, kids, they are just growing up with the technology that we have right now. That's why. That's why it is the way it is. Some 90s kid, obviously, I experienced, an actual childhood. But at the same time, I grew up at the best time because right now I can take advantage of that technology, but being a 90s kid. So for me, this is all beneficial.
Hmm.
It's not taking anything away from me. It's actually giving a lot more to me, making me more efficient. But kids who are, teenagers or starting to get there, all of this technology and AI, it's gonna make them lazy.
Yeah.
And there's no stopping it. There's no stopping it. You
Yeah.
cannot stop it unless you make that conscious decision to move somewhere, a small place, a small community, and just keep technology out of your house.
That's going to be more and more impossible because now they're sending them home with computers and tablets.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing too. But yeah, those are my conclusional words about AI and education.
All right, so we did over 4 hours.
Yeah, wish Nick was here, but he's gonna
Yeah.
be next time. All right.
Yeah, he's fun. So maybe tomorrow, if you're around, or if he's around, or if both of you are around, message you. And we're going to end the live stream now. So thank you for whoever watches, and have a great day.
Bye bye.